día y la noche se disfrutan distinto, pero con la misma intensidad. Un lugar que lo tiene todo y que está en el centro de todo. A donde llegás fácilmente, pero que es difícil abandonar. Un lugar con historia, con presente, con futuro. Un lugar que te sorprende, te emociona, te enamora. Un lugar donde se disfrutan todos los placeres y se calman todos los apetitos. Solo, acompañado, bien acompañado o muy acompañado. Disfruta Córdoba ciudad.
Hola, soy Rafa Pérez, CTO.
My name is Rafa Perez from GeoTravitat. It's very important for us to understand the changes revolving around tourism as a cultural issue, and digitalization and technology of destination is a key aspect. Join us on the first GLOCAL Forum to discuss this in detail. With these beautiful images, we welcome you back to Cordoba, Argentina. Warm greetings to all the participants. We had over 1,600 participants. We're beginning our second day on the first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development, part of the 5th World Forum. On June 3rd, we have a very, very busy agenda with lots of activities. Quickly, I would like to introduce the moderator of all of the panels who will be revising concepts, making questions, are the director of the GLOCAL Forum, Maximiliano Mauvesin. Good morning, Maximiliano. Are you ready for this second day? Yes, I am. I'm good, thank you, and very excited about our first day. So welcome back to the second day of GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development. This activity that in the first edition, as Laura said, is part of the 5th World Forum on local economic development. It is not by chance. It is because we're convinced that tourism, we know what tourism means for economic development, mainly as an impact activity that is committed to regions and communities and the development of communities. Today's agenda is really important with people from the national, regional, and international level. Over 20 countries are connected or visited our broadcasting yesterday, our live streaming yesterday. We have over 50 speakers, officials from different parts of the world. And today with different time zones, people from Russia, China, Israel, the whole Latin America, and also on the set, officials of the local agencies. Thank you very much for joining us today. As you very well said, over 1,500 people online yesterday, and many, many more that will join us today. Let me highlight that this event is possible thanks to the support of institutions that played a key role, the key organizers, the main organizers of the first GLOCAL Forum on tourism and economic development. Cordoba Tourism Agency from the province of Cordoba, the Agency for Economic Development of Cordoba City, ADEC, the municipality of Cordoba, and the Southern American Federation of Tourism, FEDESUD, and Wanderlust, Global Life, and this is part of a World Forum on Economic Development, so we really appreciate giving us the opportunity, and particularly the main organizer from the United Nations, the UNDP, the United Nations Program on Development. Also supporting this forum on tourism and economic development, the following institutions: the OAS, the World Travel on Tourism Council, the International Association of Aviation, the Spanish Agency of Tourism, SCAL International, the City of Moscow, the City of Nazareth, the Spanish Confederation of Businesses, the World Council on Touristic Cities, Hosteling International, the Business Federation of Tourist Companies from Chile, the Council of Tourism of Venezuela, the Federation of Provincial Chambers of Peru, the Argentine Chamber of Tourism, the Uruguayan Chamber of Tourism, the Secretary of Tourism from Mexico, the Commons Project, the National Federation of Businesses, the Federation of Tourist Municipalities of Tourists, the Advanced Leadership Foundation, Travitat, Inmovit, the Argentine Federation of Businesses and Tourism, the Association of Hotels of Argentina, the Federation of Chambers of Tourism from Argentina, the Cordoba Chamber of Tourism, Polo National Association, Association of Parks and Attractions from Argentina, Association of Hotels and Restaurants, Chamber of Tourism from Tierra del Fuego, Buenos Aires Chamber of Tourism, Rio Negro, San Juan Chambers of Tourism, Corrientes Chamber of Tourism, Chaco Chamber of Tourism, Chamber of Tourism from Cordoba City, Business Association of Hotels and Restaurants from Rio Cuarto and Calamuchita, operators from Cordoba City, Cordoba Conventions Visitors Bureau, Rio Cuarto Conventions and Visitors, Madrid Complutense University, the George Washington University, National University of Cordoba, Provincial University of Cordoba, Blas Pascal University, Siglo XXI University. In addition, the Hotel and Restaurant Association of Argentina, FEGRA, the Argentine Association of Conventions, Congresses, and Events, AOCA, and the Argentine Chamber of Medical Tourism. The Argentine Medical Chamber, particularly in the context of COVID-19 and all of the contributions they made to Cordoba province. Let's begin with today's agenda. We'll introduce our first panel. Tourism as a development driver in regional economies, moderated by Maximiliano Mauvesin. Maximiliano is the secretary of the South American Federation of Tourism. He holds degrees in social sciences, international relationships. He was a professor in project development at Blas Pascal University in Argentina, a visiting professor at the MBA, the George Washington University, USA. He's a counselor and advisor in different embassies. He was an executive director of the Chamber of Tourism from the province of Cordoba and an international relations advisor for the Association of Tourism from Argentina. He is the director of the Forum on Business Relations from Argentina. He has a lot of work to do, so Maximiliano, the floor is yours. Thank you, Laura. Today, we have a busy agenda with very challenging panels due to the speakers we have, the relevance of the speakers, and also some linguistic challenges because we have many languages. The panel today, the first panel of the first local forum, will deal with tourism as a development tool in regional economies. Our guest speakers, I would like to first of all thank Pablo Bianco, who's the Director of Tourism of the city of Cordoba. Pablo, thank you very much for joining us on the set. Thank you. Good morning. Also with us, and we can see them on the screen already, the participation of Tatiana Sharshavskaya, who's the Deputy Director of Moscow City Tourism Committee. Thank you very much for joining us. It's an honor to have you here in our panel. Also with us, Rafael Vera, who's the mayor of the city of Vicuña, recently re-elected, and also the president of the Association of Tourism Municipalities of Chile. Rafael, thank you for joining us on this panel. Also with us, very far away, Sasha Stange is the Deputy Director of the Deputy Director Liaison Department of WTCF from Beijing. Thank you, Sasha, for joining us today. Your presence here is really very important. And in just a few minutes, the mayor of the city of Nazareth will be joining us, Ali Salam, together with the general director of the city of Nazareth, Sheriff Safadi. So our panel today, as I said, will be very challenging. We'll be exchanging, shifting, English and Spanish. So please have your translation devices ready. So let's begin with the panel. Please, we'll begin with the host city. It's an honor for me as from Cordoba, to be hosting this event. And we'll give now the floor to Pablo Bianco, who's the Director of Tourism of the municipality of Cordoba. Pablo, thank you. Thank you very much for supporting us as a co-organizer, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you all. Welcome everybody from different places in the planet, and I give you warm regards from the city mayor, and thank you to the technical team. I'm going to try to summarize in 5 minutes the presentation of our city. During the pandemic, we clearly understood that tourism existed, but it was not an economic center that was identified as such in our city, such as, for example, the card industry or the farmers, the knowledge industry, and that's when we started working. So when we started to do research and share the diagnosis, we were able to agree in public-private roundtables that we were going to have to start working fast among what was important and what was necessary, with some characteristics that maybe are common to everyone. The neighbors were the ones that felt our destination, the neighbors didn't feel the destinations nearby as actually touristic destinations. When we didn't have tourism, we felt that it was missing. Together with the entertainment industry, we are the second job creator in the city. There was no articulation among the institutions, the private sector, the neighbors, and the state. We didn't know the total tangible and intangible patrimony in the city, and therefore, despite the crisis that we have faced, very, very hard crisis, we faced that, but we felt that it was an opportunity, and we also knew that tourism had to do with visiting neighboring cities from nearby places to the world. And that somehow was the common denominator of all the cities in our province and in the rest of Argentina. Clearly, we decided to build a strategic plan a neighboring strategic plan, and we started with the city, with the capital city, towards the other limiting cities, and maybe then in the future to the rest of the world. But the idea was to preserve the value chain, and understanding that tourism is not traveling, but making more valuable and strongly working in our patrimony so that people can enjoy it and recommend it. And from then on, to generate value. Value as an experience, economic value as well. We defined a vision, a mission also to work and to carry it out. This was consensuated with all the different stakeholders. We also defined a touristic policy based on the SDGs with the 2030 agenda, so that each action thought about the social environmental impact. And that way we defined a step to develop a plan, one after the other, step by step, first the city, towards the rest of Argentina and to the world. We also defined tourism as the engine of local development, and we understood it as such. And it's a state policy. It's the first concept to develop our society, our regional economy. And for that, the state needs to articulate with the private sector, the intermediate institutions, and that the tourism creates jobs and that it gives contention to the social fabric. It's one of the most diverse activities that our city has. It has to be cross-sectional based on technology, digitalization, and data. We have to promote as experience all of our tangible and intangible patrimony. We have to put gastronomy as the eighth art, we call it, not only to move that engine, but it starts where we have our green belt, all the way up to a person who delivers in their own vehicles. And of course, work tables that are mixed between public and private sector. Tourism as the driver for local development, as I said, is an economic sector that is being measured so we can show it in all its dimensions, and we have to put new regulations for it to be developed, for it to be taken care of, for it to be expanded, to be sustainable from the socio-economical standpoint and diverse, that has cross-sectional, that has innovation, and that works over on statistics, so that we can promote all the tangible and intangible patrimony, digitalize it with all the multimedia that we have in our hands allows it. Gastronomy, as I said, and social consumption in these moments is very important, and the interdisciplinary tables where tourism was divided in sub-tables so that we could work in all its span. That being said, now I'll leave you with some actions that are of immediate application for our city, to go to the next speakers and to thank you once again. Thank you very much, Pablo. Excellent, excellent presentation. I think making this value that tourism has visible is very important. From the private and the public sector together. We have also with us from Israel, Shari Safadi. Thank you so much for being with us. We also have him on the screen. But now we are going to go from Córdoba, Pablo, to Moscow. No scales, no stopovers. So we're going to switch languages to present Tatiana.
Tatiana, it's a great pleasure to have you here joining us. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot also for your amazing team working with you. I had the pleasure to meet them in Spain. Tatiana Shashaviskaza is the General Director of the Committee of Tourism of the City of Moscow. It's great for us to have you here joining us. Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you. Buenos días. Myself, my name is Tatiana Shashaviskaza, and I'm the Deputy oversees the issues of tourism activities in Moscow and creates about the city. And first, a short video about Moscow.
Presentarles este video en ruso.
Я бы хотела рассказать о Москве, ведь за последние несколько лет Москва уверенно заявила о себе как
I would like to tell you about one of the most stunning cities in the world, about its many opportunities as a tourist destination, which inspires and attracts many people to visit our beautiful city again and again. Over the past few years, Moscow has confidently declared itself as a modern metropolis with a rich history and culture, a developed infrastructure and transportation system, a unique gastronomic culture, and rich event agenda, as well as high level of service. For 2 years in a row, in 1919 and 2020, Moscow became a laureate of the prestigious International Travel Award, World Travel Awards in the category Best Tourist Destination City. All this became possible due to the fact that tourists appreciated the hospitality of Moscow. What attracts tourists? A wide range of events and festivals every day. Important social and cultural events are held in the city that can surprise a guest of the capital city of any age. New public spaces, landscape parks, and streets, subjects of historical culture and natural heritage. Moscow never really sleeps. On this slide, I would like to show you how Moscow is living right now. For this talk, my colleagues prepared screenshots of the most recent user posts on Instagram. As you can see, the city has wonderful atmosphere and excellent mood among both residents and guests of the capital. Moscow is a real gastronomic adventure. More than 15,000 public catering enterprises work here. An important project of the past year was the announcement of the appearance of the legendary Michelin Guide in Russia. Moscow will become the first city in post-Soviet region where specialists of the international rating will work. This fall, we're planning that Moscow restaurants and chefs will receive their first Michelin stars. A visit to a Michelin star restaurant will be another reason to visit Moscow. To be honest, Muscovites love to eat, so we have a wide range of restaurants from gourmet cuisine to quality street food and exclusive service. 2 Moscow restaurants are included in the prestigious international ranking of the world's best restaurants for 2019. Guests of our city have an opportunity to find a location to their like in city restaurants, cafes, and bars offer a wide range of dishes from traditional to signature cuisines. The restaurants are constantly striving to surprise their visitors, design, and business people. Moscow is getting out of the pandemic quite cautiously. We have both our own security protocols and international security standards. All cultural institutions, restaurants, and cafes are open in Moscow. Masks are not used on streets and open public spaces. It is safe in Moscow now. After the opening of borders throughout Russia, electronic visas will be earned. However, from May 29, 2021 to July 2nd, 2021, citizens of all countries can visit Russia without restrictions using their fan ID. Then they have right to cross borders repeatedly. Moscow can become an ideal preview or after party for tourists who love football, who will come to the European Championship in St. Petersburg. Two cities, a million impressions. Together with our colleagues from St. Petersburg, we develop a special projects to promote tourism in our capitals. Two cities, a million impressions. With this project, domestic and foreign tourists, including those planning to attend the matches of UEFA, will be able to plan their route in such a way as to visit all of the most interesting sites of both cities in one trip without having to choose between one to another. In Russia, this became possible thanks to RushPass. This digital service developed by the Moscow government helps tourists now in Spanish to plan their trip around Russia quickly and easily. They can buy tickets to a museum or a concert in the city. This service also allows you to create routes. I'm sure that Moscow is a city that will undoubtedly become a discovery for everyone. Everyone will find something to their liking in the city. Walks through the parks and streets, visits to old mansions, or an active nightlife. Whatever you choose, all of this will introduce you to the city and give you unforgettable emotions. We'll be happy to establish friendly relations with other countries and cities and increase the number of tourists traveling between our destinations. We, as Moscow City Tourism Committee, are ready to promote this region as our partners. I'm very glad to meet you all and ready to take today's discussion further face-to-face.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana, for your presentation. It's really great for us to know about your great city and the great work you're doing. And let me ask you a short question before we go to the next speaker. And how important is tourism in a city like Moscow in terms of economic impact and employment? I mean, that's very important for us to know because that's the main topic that we are trying, the aim of this meeting we are making here.
¿Qué importancia tiene el turismo en una ciudad como Moscú en términos de impacto económico y de empleo? Esto es central para nuestra temática. La industria del turismo es el...
The industry of tourism is the most important activity of Russia. Besides creating employment, the industry contributes to the economy of the city through the procurement of services that are related to tourism services. It also attracts additional investment as regards the development of infrastructure. Based on 2019 data, over 500,000 specialists are related to tourism. Currently, 1 out of 18 jobs in Moscow is associated with tourism. In 2019, Moscow received a record number of tourists, 25 million. And at the end of 2019, the annual volume of expenses, $13 million, 5 times compared to 2010.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Tatiana, for intervention. Director of the Committee of Tourism of the City of Moscow. Thank you very much. And please stay with us in the panel. We're now going to follow with the next speaker, great speaker. And now we are going and traveling directly to Israel, in the city of Nazareth. Sharif Safadi, thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Good evening, Israel.
I don't know what time you have. It's here 5:30 afternoon.
Yeah, well, this is amazing. Good morning in Latin America, good afternoon some places, and good evening in Israel. Thank you very much, Sharif, for joining us. It's a great pleasure to have you here. For us, it's also very special to talk about a city like Nazareth, no? And Well, the word is yours, Sharef. I know you are also intervening here in the name of the mayor of the city, Ali Salam. So please, the word is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, greetings from the citizens of Nazareth. On behalf of the mayor of Nazareth, I'm Sharif, the director. I will speak a little bit about Nazareth and about the importance and the economy of tourism in Nazareth. I'm sorry, I'm not like Tatiana. We didn't prepare because there's no really a lot of time, so it's better to speak. Nazareth, as you know, it's a well-known city in the world because it's the place of the Annunciation. It's one of the cities which is important for the Christian world. And as you know, in Latin America, most of you study at school since childhood about Nazareth, you know, about the Holy Land. So Nazareth is a very famous place, especially for its Christian significance, the place of the Annunciation and the place where Jesus lived most of his life. Now, Nazareth is in the center of the Galilee. The Galilee is also like a province, let's say, in Israel, in the northern of Israel, and it's surrounded with many other sites related also to Christianity, but also having a lot of other cultural heritage for different period and different kind of heritage. So its location is important in the center of the Galilee, and that's why it attract a lot of people. And it could be the place where you can go from Nazareth to Tiberias, or the Lake of the Galilee, what they call it, or you go to the Haifa or other places which are important in tourism. So Nazareth is a nice location where people can go in one day to a place and go back to sleep in Nazareth. Nazareth actually, we can say 70% of the tourism which enter the incoming to Israel come to Nazareth. Most of the tourists who come to Nazareth are pilgrims, are people who come, you know, for like the Holy Land, for the sacred places, because most of the tourism come to see places related to Christianity. But in addition, we have the FIT, you know, the persons who come alone. And today we know there is a new kind of tourism, which we call it the cultural heritage tourism. People who are discovering Nazareth in different way, not only the religious places related to Christianity, but also they come to see the nice old city, the nice architecture, the nice old market, and also different traditional attractions that give you an idea about civilization and different religions and different periods which we had during history. If we speak about, you spoke about, Tatiana, about tourism and economy, we can say that 50% of the economy in Nazareth based on tourism. More or less 50%. I mean, we have hotels, we have restaurants, we have all different, you know, services that are related to tourism. So we can say 50% of the income comes from tourism, and that's why when there is any trouble or any crisis like the COVID-19, or when there is any tension in the area, we see that it influences very badly, and it causes harm or cause damage to the economy, because it's based on in tourism. And you see, tourism need the quiet, need the peace. And when you have such small event that what happened the last 2 weeks, the small week, if we call it, if it's a war or any, we can say a little, you know, tension, it causes a problem because tourism are not coming. We suffered a lot last year, like any other place in the world, because there was no tourism because of the COVID. And that's because we have 50% at least based on tourism. We have in Nazareth around 2,200 rooms, more or less. It goes from 3 to 5-star hotels. We have also some hostels. We have some guest houses in Nazareth. There is a new, we can say, phenomena that many people, especially young people, in the last 10 years, they are taking houses in the old city and they are restoring it, and they make it like new boutique hotels or new nice, let's say, special places for, like we call it the guest houses. But it's in a special palaces or even traditional houses that make the people who come to Nazareth look for it, because it's inside the old city where people can discover the history and discover, let's say, the architecture and the history of Nazareth in different way. And it's unique places where you have also the old city and the old market. People can go eat and even, make marketing, buy things, and feel the place in different way, and they feel it not like a tourism. They live like people, local people in Nazareth, where they used to live once. If we speak about there is many also in Nazareth is very famous. If we speak about tourism in the gastronomy, in the culinary, because Nazareth today it's considered the best place to eat in Israel. It has the traditional food, traditional restaurant, but it's also had fusion things, mixed things, different cuisine or kitchens. And if you follow what is written about Nazareth in the newspapers and even in tourism, travel agencies, it's mentioned all the time that Nazareth is the best place to come and eat, not only for the incoming, but even in the interior, let's say, tourism. The Israeli who come to Nazareth, they come from different places in the weekends to eat. And this is one of the attractions in Nazareth, I think. And we sell Nazareth not only as a religious and not only as a heritage place, but also as a place where you can come and find the best food. And not because I'm a Nazarene, really, it's a good place, and you're all invited to come to have a taste of Nazareth and to really enjoy. In Nazareth, if we speak about Nazareth is not in the World Heritage list, but we are working on it. We already made a study, and already in 1 year or less, we will present it to the UNESCO in Paris to see if we can get it into the list of as one of the cities of the World Heritage City in the patrimony, World Heritage patrimony. There is a lot of projects in Nazareth recently. It's related to tourism, and it's related also to projects for housing, project for also in trade, and so we can invite. I mean, it's important for you as a forum and a platform. We invite you, and we need your help as businessmen, as investors, to come and invest in Nazareth. It's worthy. It's a place which is growing up. You can build new hotels, and we can give all facilities for lands, and it's worth it to come and visit, invest in Nazareth, because our plan is to arrive to 5,000 rooms. Already we have, as I said, 2,200 rooms, but there is a possibility to arrive to more thousands of rooms, and a lot of people who come to Israel want to sleep in Nazareth, but our problem is that there is not enough rooms that they can sleep in Nazareth. That's why sometimes they go out of Nazareth to sleep. So it's worth it to invest, and there is a possibility. I can say more things about Nazareth, but if this is more or less what I can tell you. If there is any question, I can make additional, let's say, intervention. But I don't know. I still have 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? I can say that Nazareth is about 100,000. If we speak about just, it's 100,000 people living in Nazareth. It's a unique city because we have Christians and Muslims living together. And also next to Nazareth, around it, there are Jews, let's say, cities and villages. So it's a place where we can say it's a place where you can see that there's like peace, there is like a convenience, people living together. Even if you hear about problems here and there, but in general, there is a peace and there is a convenience between religions and between also people, between sects. So it's a nice place. It's a place where we can also give some lessons how people can live together, how religions can live together in a good way. In Nazareth, if we speak about Nazareth as a place of Jesus, or a place where Christianity started, We can say also it's a unique place because even Christianity in Nazareth is unique because we have all sects of, all different people of Christianity, all different sects. We can speak about the Greek Orthodox, which is the local and the, let's say, the original Christians, as we say, in the East. But we have Greek Catholic, we have Roman Catholic, we have Anglicans, we have Protestant, we have Baptist, even the American one. We have also Coptic, we have Maronite. So we have different type of Christians living all together in Nazareth in peace and harmony, in addition to the other groups. So it's a very unique city, which really it's nice to come and visit. And for the tourist, it's a very interesting attraction, and it's a very interesting experience to come and see this area, which has a lot of things to offer for cultural heritage and for experience and even for spirituality. So at the end, as I can tell you, it's Nazareth is the last thing. Maybe I don't know if I said it's 100,000 people. It's a small city if you compare it to other places like Moscow or Cordoba. It's 100,000 people living together here, and it has a very nice old city, but there are a lot of new neighborhoods around the old city which grown in the last 30, 40, 50 years. Thank you. I don't know if you have any question, I'm ready to answer.
No, thank you, Sharif. Really great to hear you. Thank you very much for joining us. Also in the name of Ali Salam, the mayor of the city of Nazareth, Sharif Safadi, the general director of the city of Nazareth. And it was amazing also to hear from you that 50% of the GDP of the city comes from tourism. Now, like yesterday, some of our speakers were saying, now with this situation, with this pandemic, if we can find something good from this situation, is that we can realize how important is tourism for the local development and for our world. So thank you, Sharif, for sharing with us those numbers and your intervention. And please stay in the panel. Well, now we are switching again the channel and the language. Vamos a regresar a Latinoamérica.
We come back to Latin America now. For me, it's a great professional, personal pleasure to introduce you to someone like Rafael Vera. He is the mayor of Vicuña City, a city that is key in Chile in terms of tourism, a city that is also very important in the bioceanic corridor that joins Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay. And he's also the president of the Mayors Association, touristic associations in Chile. Rafael Vera, a pleasure for us to have you here with us. How is the weather there? Vicuña is pretty famous around the world for having the clearest skies. Is that right?
That's right. The clearest skies are in the city of Vicuña, and it's a huge responsibility we have, and also a pleasure. You know, when we get home, look at the sky and see all of the stars. It's really a pleasure, really hard to explain. Greetings to all of the panelists and everyone behind this, because this GLOCAL Forum allows us not only to become close, but also have the chance to share experiences. For Chile, 20 years ago, tourism was not really very important. We felt that our neighbors, particularly Argentina, Peru, and Brazil, and other countries in the region, were more attractive than our own country. And we realized, after traveling the world, I was lucky to be in Russia and in St. Petersburg, and to be really in contact with beautiful sceneries. I also had the chance to be in Europe, Prague, Paris, Greece, also the Holy Land, Budapest, and really beautiful places. But you know, then you come to realize that the difference is really important. There are different kinds of beauties, and we don't always fall in love with the same beauty. And even though it's true that Africa, Europe are really, really beautiful, the beauty of our continent is really, really unique, and it's worthwhile visiting it. I also was lucky to visit Argentina, and I see so many places that are really unique in the world. And I don't see this, I see this in my country. When you say Vicuña has the clearest skies, that is true. We don't say this, the astronomers say this. So having, we are called the world capital of gastronomy because so many places, so many restaurants, and we have the largest observatory in the territory. We estimate that in 2020, only 70% of gastronomy in the world will be in our country, particularly in the regions that we live in. Vicuña, and let me tell you about our experience, about what we have done so far. In less than a decade, 8 years ago, when we took over the responsibility to manage touristic resources of the city, we were given the responsibility to continue for the next 4 years. Vicuña, due to its beauty, had to open to the eyes of the world. And we were able to build that a long time. Clearly, today, this city in the last 5 years has increased 500% in terms of tourism. And we believe that we're doing things right. And together with gastronomy and Gabriela Mistral, who is the Literature Nobel Prize, then we can understand that tourism can also be connected with culture. And European countries show us every day how culture and tourism go hand in hand. So this is what we're trying to do. Some people call us the new Tibet of Latin America. Why? Because of the energy we have in our city, which can be compared to the energy that people feel when they go to Tibet. And many other things make us really different. But I would also like to say that to really consider the situation we're going through, this GLOCAL Forum enables us to get to know one another. Tourism will continue improving and increasing despite the pandemics. Tourism has to become responsible. We have to understand that the world changed, and we have to understand that beyond what we wish to do is what we can actually do. And we should take all of the necessary measures for tourism to be conducted in a safe way. Some of my colleagues would say that tourism was, we were done with tourism, but they were wrong, because people really want to travel, but they have to do this in a responsible manner. Based on our experience, about 7 years ago, we created the first association of municipalities of tourism from Chile. This was the first association, and since then, we've been able to develop some things that I've seen in other places, which is this public-private partnership, and this partnership enabled us to open to SMEs and the different stakeholders to develop projects and to own the project. So a city, which is a beautiful city, but not a tourist destination, could actually evolve and develop. We have 30,000 inhabitants, which is quite small compared to the rest of the cities in the country. And now we've been able to show our city, and when you do things right, then this can be escalated to other territories. So this responsibility we have as authorities and officials, we have to understand that territories are strengthened once tourism arrive. They become more beautiful. So, and their people feel proud of their own place. But we have to be concerned about this fact that this tourism is effectively, as they said a few minutes ago, it goes along with the SDGs, the 17 goals posed by the United Nations. What we need to consider that, the rights of fresh water, environment, that are actually involved in the development of tourism. So tourism should not be a factor for devastation. So what we have to do today is to work together, and what they're doing in Russia or Nazareth or in the rest of the cities around the globe. And they will get more tourism to these spots. But without a doubt, if we all believe in tourism and we make a contribution, I must say that we'll have a lot of tourism, and we always have the opportunity to develop tourism in a sustainable manner. And this will allow our economic development to become stronger. Thank you again to the organizers, because this is a wonderful opportunity from different corners of the world to speak to the world as a whole, to feel citizens of the world, and based on that, to build a contribution. Only if you're united and we respect each other, we can move forward. Having listened to everyone here is really important. As a mayor of our territories, we need to learn to listen to one another so that we can implement human rights in a better way, human rights that were left aside for many years. That's all. Thank you again. And I invite you to the heart of the Elqui Valley and the cradle of Gabriela Mistral, the city that actually saw the birth of Pisco, the city of Vicuña. And when you come, you'll realize that you're in a special and distinct place. Thank you very much. And thank you for everything you're doing from Córdoba. Thank you, Rafael. It's an honor. And we have to go to Vicuña, and everybody's saying here on the set, and during the break, you'll see a beautiful video of Vicuña City. Thank you, Rafael Vera, the mayor of Vicuña and the president of the Association of Tourist Municipalities from Chile. And this is related to GLOCAL, global and local, large cities of the world, large capitals and small cities, because they are also leaders in tourism. And now, to wrap up this panel, we will change languages, because we'll go to the Deputy Director and Liaison Department of WTCF.
Sasha Stang, connected from Beijing, General Director from the department from Engage, from the World Tourism Cities Federation, connected from Beijing. Sasha, what time is it there now?
Son las 11 casi.
You speak Spanish? Come on. This is unbelievable.
Entonces,
Greetings from Beijing to everybody else.
Go to Chile, to Nazareth, and of course to Córdoba. It's a great pleasure to have been invited to this panel, and I'm not representing any particular city. I'm representing a whole set of cities, and in order to better have an idea what we are doing, I have the idea of showing a video that could be briefly shown. I think that would enlighten us and give some indications of what WTCF is standing for.
World Tourism Cities Federation, or WTCF, was established upon the initiative of Beijing. It is the world's first global tourism organization based on cities. It now has 223 members and 6 branches, including 148 city members from 75 countries and regions, institutional members covering the whole tourism industrial chain. As an international tourism organization focusing on cities, WTCF has grasped the development trend of the industry, the report on world tourism economy trends, and given a new new boost to the development of global tourism. WTCF has served as its exclusive co-host for 4 years in a row in ITB Berlin, the world's largest and most influential tourism trade show, and held 8 popular events, including the release of research results in the thematic forum on tourism market. WTCF has fully leveraged its network advantage as an international organization to promote cooperation and exchanges among the world's tourism cities, and injected fresh impetus to the sustainable development of world tourism.
Yeah, 1 minute, very short, briefly summarized, but what you, I think, get to understand is that we are an international organization of tourism cities around the world, and not only cities, but also companies and enterprises from the entire value chain of the tourism industry. So part of our mission is to create a platform of exchange of knowledge and expertise to help each other, but also promoting tourism and making sure that this is a business that runs. We do research as part of our services, and as mentioned in the video, we have a yearly World Economy Tourism Trends report, which is measuring and analyzing the economic impact of tourism or the lack of tourism and the consequent impact on the sector. But I would like to put my view a bit broader, because our slogan is also better city life through tourism, and that is a message that WTCF really stands for. If properly done, tourism is more than just a business. Tourism has been always an economic activity that needs the support of a lot of other sectors to make the visitor experience actually an impacting and long-lasting memory. So it's a business based on people. It's a business that is made by people for people. It's a service. It's nothing that you can take home and consume at your place. It's something you travel for. It's something that is intangible and is consumed in the place you travel to. That means the territory, and it needs obviously not only the territory but the local community. So I believe like apart from the economic impact, tourism can go much further. We have heard it a couple of times already in presentations. Tourism can be a facilitator for many different developments. We have heard already that pride is something. Bringing people into a place also makes the local community and host realize the value of their own culture, of their own traditions, of the entire setting of the community. And I think that very often can help to spur or to ignite entrepreneurial spirit, and hence start an upgrading of certain deprived or stigmatized areas. So bringing people in, sharing your life with visitors is lifting up your own self-esteem, and then can relate then later to economic advantages. There's something else into play that I think is crucial. Tourism can convert places as well. So as I said, like sometimes old industries disappear, and we have vast territories that do not have a lot of things to show as we think. But me as an urban planner, I know and I've seen that there's a lot of potential there in those areas that are not yet fully developed for the next step in their history. And that is visitors that want to see a place, they want to see a history, industrial history, they want to see how things were done 100 years ago, how they were produced. And I believe that converting those places in not only new apartment blocks, but maintaining them is developing a creative area. And that leads to the last point that I would like to make. Tourism is also one important part in the competition between cities, because nowadays the cities are trying to get, let's say, investment from abroad. They try to become innovative, but for doing so, they need also talent. So there's a battle for talents, and the more attractive a city is, the more talents it can attract. And that is something that where tourism really is important, because people see places when traveling, they enjoy places when traveling, and maybe they kind of consider a place is interested to live because it's not only the salary package for the new generation that counts, it's also the experience of enjoying life in a city. And tourism can contribute to have an infrastructure in place that is probably sustained by a greater part also by visitors. And that makes a place more livable and eventually attracts the talent that make the economy grow and spur and ignite more innovation in such a place. So I believe in that aspect, tourism is often underestimated. We can measure tourism in terms of statistics and economic impact, but there is a lot of soft factors that make tourism important for cities, for our cities, but also for destinations worldwide. That's just the point that I wanted to make, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay, Sasha, thank you very much for your intervention. I loved your phrase when you said tourism can convert places. I think that's something very important, a very good phrase for us in this meeting. And well, we are finishing this amazing panel. We had I don't know if we can put them all on the screen. No sé si podemos ponerlos a todos.
So we had the participation of Tatiana from Moscow, Russia. Thank you very much, Tatiana, for your participation. Also with us, Sasha Stange from Beijing, representing the WTCF. Thank you very much, Sacha. You spoke Spanish. We were not aware of that. We were surprised. Rafael Vera from the city of Vicuña, from Chile. Thank you very much. And Sharef Safadi, who is no longer with us, but thank you very much, the General Director of the City of Nazareth, Israel. An honor to have you here. And Pablo Bianco, who is the Director of Tourism of the Municipality of Córdoba. Thank you for joining us on the set. Pablo, I think this was an amazing panel on the Global Forum. That's right. Thank you, Tatiana, Rafael, Sasha. Sasha just said something that was really meaningful to me, that tourism is not just a business. Excellent, then. Excellent reflection. In just a few minutes, we'll begin with the next panel, and with the participation from the OAS, the WTO, and the WTTC. The OAS, WTO, and WTTC together in the next panel. Just a short clip on our city and the cities that have joined us today. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Richard Campbell, and I'm the Chief of the Culture and Tourism Section at the Organization of American States in Washington, D.C. The OAS is pleased to participate in this first GLOCAL Forum on tourism and economic development. I will be participating as a panelist on June 3rd on the panel session titled Tourism as a Development Tool in a Regional Economy. I look forward to interacting with all of you soon. Bye-bye.
Hay un lugar donde el día y la noche se disfrutan distinto, pero con la misma intensidad. Un lugar que lo tiene todo y que está en el centro de todo. A donde llegas fácilmente, pero que es difícil abandonar. Un lugar con historia, con presente, con futuro. Un lugar que te sorprende, te emociona, te enamora. Un lugar donde se disfrutan todos los placeres y se calman todos los apetitos. Solo, acompañado, bien acompañado o muy acompañado. Disfruta Córdoba ciudad.
Bien, les saludamos a todos desde Córdoba, Argentina.
We'd like to greet everybody from Cordoba. The images you were watching are from Cordoba, the second day of the first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development in the framework of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development, a very intense agenda on this 3rd of June, and we're going to introduce the next panel of the day. Touristic innovation, key factor for the recovery of the touristic activity. Moderator, Santiago Novoa. Santiago Novoa is a specialist in tourism at the OAS. He's licensed in legal sciences, graduated from the Diplomatic Academy in Ecuador, and has a master in social sciences from the University of Amsterdam. As Ecuadorian diplomat, he developed several roles in the Ministry of Foreign Relations in his country, especially in economics and multilateral connections, and he represented Ecuador in councils and embassies. He was acting member of the OAS. He was re-elected several times as VP of subcommissions and work groups. During his experience as Ecuadorian diplomat, he was part of many meetings, international meetings. Right now, he is executive at the comprehensive development of the OAS. Good morning, Santiago. The floor is yours to present the next panel. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank Cordoba for having invited us to this event. I had the opportunity to see Cordoba, to visit Cordoba. I would have loved to go back. Unfortunately, the pandemic didn't allow it, but it's a beautiful province. It's an amazing province. I was very well impressed when I saw it, and I'd like to congratulate you for this excellent event that we are enjoying. Speaking of innovation, I think we are in a key moment of innovation. This event would never have been in our minds some years ago, and it's been perfect. It's been very, very good. It's the best online event that I've participated in this year, and I've had many, at least once a week, I've had different events. This has been excellent. The speakers were excellent, and the topics were very important, very relevant for local development. I am a huge fan of local development, and I think it's very important for us to start there to promote local development. Innovation is going to be key now. The world was already changing before, but now it's doing so at high speed. If we don't start using new technologies, we're going to be completely out of date. I'm going to talk a little bit about the speakers in my panel. First, we'll hear from Saudi Arabia, Natalia Bayona. She couldn't be here. She's Director of Innovation, Education and Investment in the WTO. She leads the innovation strategy, education strategy and investment strategy in the WTO to promote universal tourism that is accessible and sustainable. She was the first Director of Innovation at the WTO. She has introduced the factors of education and investment, and she positioned the WTO as a referent in innovation in the OAS. She was recognized in the UN mapping of innovation digital capacities. Her work is to identify startups and disruptive programs and to introduce them to the OAS. And she's always looking for entrepreneurs to grow for a promising future in all regions. I'm not going to go on with her curriculum. Many of us know her, and we know all her experience. The other panelist that is going to be with us is Adolfo Reyes. He is a membership and partnership chief at the WTTC. He has more than 20 years of experience in the travel and tourism sector. He's fellow member and fellowships, and she coordinates the WTTC to introduce SMEs in the Council's initiatives. He's a tourism passionate person, and he cooperates with members and representatives to improve opportunities and the positive impact in our sector. As you can see, we have very great panelists. They are going to share the point of view from the institutions such as the WTO and the WTTC. They're going to share their experience. People who are every day looking at the disruptive changes that we have around the world, and most particularly in the tourist sector. And I think that with his participation, we will be able to have a better understanding as to where we're going, the needs, a very important topic that Adolfo is going to mention, and we'll discuss more about SMEs. Large companies have the capacity to be able to adapt themselves to these new realities, but the problem is for small and medium enterprises, especially those that are located in rural areas where the tourism is actually going to. We'll discuss that later. Very important, the topic of training. There is a world issue with a lack of people who work in the touristic industry, and we have to fix that, and we have to improve the quality of training for those employees. Otherwise, we'll be not very competitive in the world in the future. So right now, we have problems to get people engaged again in the touristic sector. We have to solve that, and this problem may affect us in the mid and long term. And without further ado, let's watch Natalia's video. Please roll the clip. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. You've heard from me many times the challenges of tourism are the same as the ones we had before COVID-19, but COVID-19 helped us speed those up. What are the challenges that tourism have? First, very clear, is sustainability. In the past, I don't know if you've seen this before, but more than 50% of waste that were produced in the Mediterranean were only in Culmes in the summertime. We were ending with the oceans and nature. Not only that, capital cities and the most modern touristic cities in Europe, we also had anti-tourism movements before COVID because we had an overload of things that affected the cities because of tourism. So it was not very sustainable. That's why today the touristic model that we need to develop is a model that includes all communities. It must include young people. It must include fair pay, crafts and arts and crafts that have to be paid in a fair way. Also, culinary developments that have to be fairly paid. And we have to support rural tourism and to provide sustainability. But remember, sustainability is not just supporting the environment, but it's using technology for the greater good, to link communities, those who are the most vulnerable ones, people who are disabled, those who actually need and want to see an opportunity to work. And it's without a doubt that we have to have that kind of ethics and data technology so that we promote responsible tourism, and the user or the tourist needs to be at the center of attraction for this model. Second, education, no doubt about that. I think tourism is a great employer of young people and women around the world. However, 50% of the young people who work in tourism, they only have high school skills. And 50% of those young people say that they want to be entrepreneurs in the sector. Therefore, we need to strengthen education, in our case, through the online tourism academy. All of you can access to free courses, and that way we can spread knowledge and skills to work in tourism. Not only technological skills, but customer service, vocational skills, to make it a much more professional sector with added value jobs. Third, something very important, innovation, but open innovation, connectivities and connection between large corporations and entrepreneurs to create impactful models. COVID, thanks to technology, we can issue different applications that will help us track so that we get track tourists so that we can go back and travel again. So it's not necessary for different pandemics or COVID to hit us to understand this. We need to be proactive. It's done, and it's very well done in many different countries. We need to be the ones that become the reference. We have invested more than $20 billion on innovation in tourism. That means that there are many opportunities. However, despite investment, we need to have strategic alliances between the large corporations, the huge hotel chains, and the huge travel agencies with these startups that already have very attractive business models to create a much more sustainable, modern, and including business model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. I highlight the rural tourism, the importance to young people and women, and what you said, that most of the younger people do not have access to high school education, how we can improve this to improve the capacity of this sector. Another issue is the new apps to travel. Yesterday, I think they talked about the passports. I think Europe will, Latin America and America in general, an agreement was not achieved, but these passports will help us travel again and also try to coordinate all of the apps that are and approve them so that this helps tourists and tourists feel more reliable and more confident about travel. Now I'll give the floor to Adolfo. Thank you, Santiago, and thanks to the event organizers. I'll first begin with a brief presentation on the WTTC, some hard data, and the meaning of tourism. This is something we've done as tourism, that is to provide data on the hands of governments for them to make decisions that support tourism, and also highlight the local and regional importance of tourism in terms of economy, and also tourism used as a tool for recovery and innovation. The WTTC represents the private sector of travels. We represent each of the different sectors, as you can see on the screen: airliners, airports, cruise liners, tour operators, and other companies that they are interested in tourism. So we gather the leadership of these companies, as you can see on the screen. This is just an example of presidents and CEOs that are represented and that support the WTTC. As you can see, not only the most important companies in the world, there are over 200 members in the council. We also have a section that gathers SMEs that can join us, given the importance as regards job creation and the development of local economies. Now, until last year, tourism had been growing for 10 years at really fast levels compared to global economy. And since the pandemics, and these are 2020 data, tourism dropped. So when it accounted for 10% of the global economy, now 5.5%, $4.7 billion. So it's a decline of almost 70%. Even more damaging is the losses of jobs. 334 million jobs, and now 272. That is a drop of 62 million people that have lost their jobs due to the pandemics. And this was not worse because governments set out systems that supported companies that could actually support their business. But this is at risk. Last year, one out of 4 new jobs were related to tourism. We are really an important labor force, and we have to recover this. So having this in mind, here you can see the decline of tourism in the different sectors. Declines have been really significant globally. You can see that countries being more dependent on tourism have dropped even more. They are in dark green, and countries that are not as dependent have had a slightly lower drop, but it's been significant, accounting for over 40%, and in terms of employment, 17 to 27% in the case of North America. As you can see, the impact is quite significant. Some key issues just to understand what to do and in terms of recovery. On the one hand, you can see the crises in the past, such as the financial crisis or 9/11. These were crises that it took us 3 years to recover, and the financial crisis was much faster. And as regards COVID-19 crisis, 22, 23, the recovery we expect it'll be much faster. That is, reopening borders will actually improve the situation. Now, as regards innovation in tourism, let me highlight 3 main concepts: geolocalization, augmented reality, and digital identity and biometrics. These 3 areas will help improve tourism. Geolocalization helps destinations mobilize their people to have fewer people and fewer clusters. So if you know where people are located, then people can be informed of other areas by putting some financial benefits. Augmented reality, you can see how, for example, a Colosseum looked like in the best times. You can see what happened before, the history, and so people can actually know more without having additional guides, just with the use of technology. And digital identity and biometrics will help us travelers be safer, faster, and so that more people can actually travel in the future. To conclude, this is about the future of travels and tourism. There's an acceleration regarding the digital agenda with the webinars we are carrying out these days, and also as a result of biometrics and digital identity, the sustainable agenda, as Natalia had mentioned, some of the protocols that have been implemented will remain to be able to coexist with the virus. And we also need to, as I said, coexist with the virus. These are 4 aspects we need to consider for the future and to continue adapting. So this is the end of my presentation. The floor again back to Santiago. Thank you, Rodolfo. Your presentation was really interesting. The issue of employment that you discussed, this issue is really having a great impact. Right now, there are countries that were able to keep employment rates, but Latin America, Africa, or Asia, developing countries mainly, the impact has been much greater. In the case of the United States, probably it was not as hard, but unemployment has been really severe. But a lot of these people that lost their jobs moved to other sectors. I was told recently by someone that is specializes in tourism when they, in 2007, 2010, in the Spanish financial crisis, a lot of people moved to tourism, and they stay there. Now, those people that lost their jobs in tourism moved to other sectors and will not go back to tourism. And there's this issue of training. So, because how much time do you need to train people, and these people will now go back to their jobs? And at some point, I think we need to consider the issue of jobs and income levels, and we see that people don't want to go back because they are getting the aid from the states, so it's better for them to live on that aid. But this is just a small part of the problem. The problem is that in the sector, we have really low-paid jobs. These are low-paid jobs. So how we can improve this? This is just an idea that is coming up, and this is a discussion that has been really becoming relevant. Your presentation was really good, and thank you very much for it. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to focus on the 4 aspects that you mentioned, because each of the 4 points you talked about, I think, deserves to be addressed in a different presentation. So we can see that Madrid, Barcelona, I'm talking about geolocalization, they can do it. I mean, the big countries can do it. But how can we have countries such as Ecuador, where I come from, Bolivia, Ghana in Africa, or in the Pacific, Asia Pacific, how can they implement these new technologies? How can they do it? And SMEs, because a lot of large companies will be able to make these changes that the world is, I mean, we're being pushed. So we'll have, on the one hand, a highly developed world, Europe and the United States, for example, and then the other part of the world that is behind. And we can see this already taking place in the World Forum on Economic Development. Due to automation, more jobs will be created in developed countries, but in developing countries, we'll be losing jobs. So the situation will become more difficult. So how do you view this? On the one hand, it's a reality. I mean, infrastructure is always focused on larger cities that attract investment, and governments have to support these companies, because even though the focus will be these large urban centers, but also on smaller cities, so that they can have an access to all of this innovation, so that it's not only left to large capital cities. And this innovation at the same time should work on less densely populated cities in order to highlight the benefits, tourism benefits, so that this would attract tourism. So we need to work on these 2 areas. I mean, infrastructure, government supporting the cities, and then content generation, so that tourists are attracted to these destinations. And technology is used as a means to those places, and they can go there, and so this would enable to create jobs. And what about the SMEs? I mean, how could you have SMEs use this technology. If you're not online, nobody knows you. This is the issue, right? So you need to be online. You need to be present. How do you have an indigenous community, for example, in the Argentine Patagonia or the Chile Patagonia? How can they become present and do not depend on an intermediary for them to actually show what they have? Because oftentimes these technologies are costly. It is certainly a very difficult challenge because it requires resources, but there are clear examples on how SMEs, for example, in Bolivia, these women that weaves hats and masks with their raw materials, and they were able to use technology so that these small communities, these communities united to work together. They joined efforts, and they had the necessary channels to upload this information on the social media to get to the people. That it can be done, of course. Support is needed. Knowledge, Natalia talked about it already. She talked about education, how important it is to educate people in the rural areas, urban areas, so that they can join. People have the necessary knowledge, and that these communities that are isolated are not are closer. This I understand. It has some negative things, but it's important to really integrate communities and small businesses. Or content generators, or customs, or clothes maker, so that they can actually promote what they do. And this is the best attraction for international tourists, to actually get to know the people and the natives, and show, so they can see what they do, that really unique jobs, identities, that has to be put forward and integrated into the global community. In one of the talks I heard in the World Forum, they spoke about orange economy, and what you're saying, I think, is related to that. The importance as a sector to promote innovation, creativity in rural areas, where most of the jobs will actually be created. So here we can see an opportunity we have in the sector to grow. Somebody said yesterday, this is a cross-sectional sector because it affects many other sectors. So this is, I think, a very important challenge, and I believe that large companies, members to WTTC, have an important role to play. So we need to collaborate, to cooperate, because if a destination is damaged, it affects us all. In tourism, if a destination declines, everybody declines. And in this crisis, we can see this very clearly. We were all dragged by the crisis, and we need to protect these rural communities. We need to protect them. We need to have this vision of sustainability in order not to affect them. So they can join. They have to join without losing their identity. We have to consider this so that the identity is not lost. It can remain through time. This identity that arises from small communities. And innovation can lead to that. We can have a lot of Disneylands. We don't want more Disneylands. We want more Machu Picchus, more Cuscos, more Galapagos Islands. We want identity. And this is really important, and we have to protect that. Unfortunately, globalization is a phenomenon, not an ideology. We have to adapt to it. We try to mitigate it as much as possible. And I think the role we have as tourism is to support this so that identity is not lost. Thank you for mentioning identity, because identity is really crucial. In a document released by the Smithsonian Institute, in the Declaration of the Road of the Incas, the document stated that tourism helps indigenous communities not to go to the cities, or if they go to cities, they come back to their communities, so that cultures and languages are not lost. And so innovation can be disruptive in this sense, or can help us traditions to be maintained. There is something interesting that you mentioned about Bolivia and the Lake Titicaca and the other islands. They use technology a lot, and when you get there, you're really impressed by the technology they're using, and it's a good experience, but we have to be careful for them not to become a distant. Thank you very much, Adolfo. Anything else you'd like to add to? Thank you very much. And again, SMEs account for 8 out of 10 companies in the global sector. We have to protect them. They have been very affected, together with women, young people, and minorities. We need to support them, and we see a light at the end of the tunnel. We have to work in this direction, and we need to focus on the areas that are open, and so that the people can begin to travel. But we seem to see a reactivation very soon, and we expect others can join us to create more tourism. Just one more thing. We're going through a problem. I mean, it's supply-demand type of problem. We have a lot of demand, but very few places. And there is an opportunity, I think. We have a lot. Because many people were left behind, we need to find ways to recover them, because we have many opportunities. Tourists will continue traveling, not as before, but I think in 4 years we'll go back to previous levels. Thank you very much. A very important challenge. Adolfo, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers of this event for giving us this opportunity to share our knowledge. Natalia, Adolfo, thank you for your presentations on these disruptive situations that is affecting. We're finding the way, and changes lead to deep changes, and if we don't adapt, then we're left behind. Thank you.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Santiago Novoa. Excellent moderation and your ideas. Thanks to Natalia and Adolfo also. The concerns are the same ones we all share, to know if the reactivation, the reconstruction of tourism will be at the core of all the countries. And without further ado, we'll now give a warm welcome to all of those who are with us at this GLOCAL Forum in the framework of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. More than 1,200, the ones who registered and participated around the world. Thank you very much for following us, and let's continue with the activities, and let's present now the next panel. Tools for touristic and cultural interpretation. And we are going to introduce the participants, the co-organizers of this first GLOCAL Forum. So we'd like to thank you very much, not only for being part of this panel, but also for all the support to plan and to put this forum together. we really like to thank you. I'm going to introduce first Álvaro Garnica, graduate in the University of Suffolk, Boston, and has a diploma in entrepreneurial services by Complutense in Madrid. He's specialized in production, distribution, and marketing of the audiovisual industry with more than 30 years of international experience, mostly in Europe and the Americas. During all these years, he's worked in relevant places in the audiovisual media, where he directed many TV channels in the U.S. After working and living for 23 years in the Americas, he goes back to Spain and he founds the Global Journey Consulting that participates in the board of members of the Tourism World Organization. World Tourism Organization. And right now, he is operations director of Wanderlust Global Life, in charge of Travitat, and we also have Rafael Perez from GeoTravitat, and have a great conversation. We are following you from Córdoba, Argentina. Thank you, Laura. A pleasure to be here. We want to thank all of those who are listening to us and the organizing committee. First of all, I apologize. We hope to have one of our co-workers to moderate, but due to external reasons, she couldn't be with us today. So I talked to Rafa and we worked together. We would rather have this meeting a little bit more informal, more like a conversation, understanding that we're going to discuss a very important topic, such as the touristic and cultural interpretation tools. Something that I think is very broad to cover, maybe, in this short time. So we prefer to express or to teach you a little bit what we think about, how we have interpreted the situation, the market, the industry, to put together a project that we are involved in, which is Travitat. It's a traveling app. And to show you the analysis, the reflections, and how we put this product together. I hope you like it. I'd like to thank Rafa for being here with me. He is a great person. He's very important in the development and the product that we have in our hands. If you agree, I'm going to share a presentation. Can you see my screen? Yes, yes, we can see you. We can see your screen. We're going to interact. Rafael and I were going to interact. So, from the technical standpoint, can we both be on the screen? Sorry about the technical team, because we are going to interact in the content. We've all talked about the leitmotif, the tunnel that we're in. And I don't think it's just our industry that is in this tunnel. After what we've been going through, I think we don't need to dimension it, but we see the light at the end of the tunnel. There are some differences, of course, with maybe some situations that are more complicated than others. But I think we've already distributed enough, half the vaccines. Countries are getting together and trying to end this pandemic. The question here is, okay, what's after this channel? What's at the end of the tunnel? What do we expect to find at the end of the tunnel? In other words, this is not something new. Before the pandemic, we already had in our industry a very strong need to evolve in the touristic arena, but this light at the end of the tunnel, I think, is teaching us that there is maybe some other habitat for the touristic industry, and I think that's what we want to discussed today. I totally agree with you. Everything that is related to the dynamic of this tunnel. The dynamic of tunnel, it has an entrance, a long, dark tunnel, and it has the end. You reach the end of the tunnel. And that's, we're now wondering, where do we want to go? Where do we want to go after this channel? Like, that's the reflection, and that's what we started thinking about when we had to choose a model. I think that we should position ourselves intellectually, at least, in a framework that allows us to give sense to everything that has to do with this tunnel concept. And the image that you are looking at, this is the post-tunnel model. This is the framework that Rafael was mentioning. And from here, we departed from this model in order to build these tools for change. I'm going to be very short because maybe it's a little complicated, but we worked on 3 axes. First, the trends, the mega trends, the drivers of change, and then how we project those drivers to change in time, in a timeline. So how everything deploys. Rafa? Yes, I just want to add something. You mentioned about the drivers, and then that's the foundation on which we based this whole model. Maybe I would go around this. I would say, okay, I'm going to ask some questions. In this new change, is health going to be an axis that we are going to have to focus on and base many of our actions? Is that a variable that we will have to take into account a lot more now? All this time that we've been locked in lockdown without being able to go anywhere, it would be interesting to perhaps provide tools and actions to avoid social isolation. The financial uncertainty, of course, is key. What tools are we going to be left with? How are we going to work on the payment mechanisms and how to prevent fear? Tourism somehow has to manage all these variables. And of course, everything that has to do with the search for truth and near-shore tourism, and how local tourism can bring about the most sustainable concepts. But there is also another side that we need to take into account when we think about these reflections, is the asymmetries that some models can produce. That has not been our model. Our model, the one that gives us this framework, needs to have a concept of symmetry, evolution. All participants need to grow in the same way. Right, and that's why we have this image, the reaction between well-being, promoting communities, adding value, offering trust, and gaining that trust. All of that has had a key role, and that gives us this symmetry that we were talking about. And that's why we put all of that together and we say, okay, in order to build these tools and to have these tools to contribute to the model, we need to have this triple win model. We believe that the tourism industry, by definition, is public-private. Interests blend. I think that there is a very strong relationship than in many other industries. But that's why we give great importance to the triple win model, because at the end, we are talking about a B2C, a B2B, B2G. So here the main difference is that the B2C, especially, we focus it with all the values that we mentioned before. But when this combination is correct, there is only one winner, which is society as a whole. And society is no more and no less than a set of components, human beings. And I think we have to focus on that. We've always thought that it was interesting to see that the cultural events have changed models. How did we travel back in the 70s? What kind of tourism did we have back then? And what is the one that we have now? What is the type of tourism that we will have after this pandemic effect? So to get to see all that impact that human beings have had and the cultural events that have defined them has been key. All the post-COVID pandemic will define that. Yes, for us, it's been important to understand. It was not easy for us to do so, to understand it, especially in this context and situation, because the impact has been grotesque. But to see the different behavior, the consumers' behavior, there was a change in consumers, and there is a change in behavior, and the concept of society that we are going to be left with. In this ultra-connected society, there are three main axes: flexibility, speed, and agility. These things that the technological tools give us. Yeah, but in this liquid identity is that the experience has to be unique and different. That's one of the main axes of modernity. The new tourist is a very digital tourist, is a tourist that bets on sustainability, and most of all, time. The time indicator is key. They have to travel when they want, how they want, and whatever they want, and that puts a lot of pressure to the touristic business. Speed change so much, and it's an indicator that the challenge that we all have here, we need to cover 5 generations that are living in the same cultural event. So the people who are 75, 85, and our nieces and nephews who are 6, 7 years old. So we all these generations live now this same event. So we all need to change dynamically. All our service offer puts us in a very complex dynamic, and that's when technology takes or plays this key role. And that leads us to what we have and what we call the relations platforms. The platform, which is the technology that is as a referent for relate ourselves to different stakeholders, consumers, but most of all with a win-win relationship for all citizens. For us, the pillars that we understand as the foundation for these platforms are 4: human, magnetic, infinite, and sustainable. Yeah, but especially because of a key thing, right? I mean, we do not have to look for asymmetries. Technological mediation among the stakeholders is going to be much more agile and transparent and more solid, all those experiences and those relationships. And that's the key foundation of these 4 concepts. Human, I mean, all human beings are behind technology. We cannot forget the ethnocentric, the human being as the center of, not client or consumer, a citizen. It's not just a tourist, it's a much more complex thing. Magnetic, that means we need to feel ourselves identified, and infinite, whatever we are, we need to have the capacity to offer experiences and services, and we cannot talk about any model if we don't talk about sustainability. So I believe that these are the foundations of our model. Álvaro? Yeah, that's right. And we are going to explain 2 of the tools, technology tools, that Wanderlust developed. The second one is going to be presented by Rafa, and it's part of the Travitat platform, but with a different use which it makes it really interesting. So the platform is called Travitat. It's a digital ecosystem that allows travelers to connect themselves through a technological platform that provides tools, solutions, experiences, and products at all times. Most of all, we thought about it to be designed for travelers to feel closer to their destinations and based on sustainable tourism. I'm going to do a demo. We're going to have a demo, but I need to open another app. I hope it works. I hope it works. Excuse me. I apologize. I'm trying to open the app. Can you see my screen? Yes. All right. So this is Travitat. At the beginning, you have a tutorial where we explain the areas in which we work, health, etc., etc. But we're going to explain it better now. This is the app. As you can see, somehow, before when we talked about the work framework, we said, okay, we emphasize the change drivers. And that's what we wanted to reflect here. We're going to talk about different areas that we consider that complement what may be a traveler's life, but at the same time, it needs to have some purpose and use in their everyday life. The application is a digital ecosystem. It has another part that is also on the web. We're going to have a component which is the mobile app, but on the web we'll have other developments such as the marketplace. We're going to have also an area of training for the SDGs, but in any case, we'll have here, we work on identity. I'm sorry that, okay, here we go again. Identity, here we can add documents like passport or the ID number or the driver's license. This app recognizes not only the validation of the original document, but it combines with the ID, biometric data, and the identification of the user. Therefore, we see that there is a certain authority to the app.
As we said before, health is plays a key role, and we are here, and this is what we're going to have in terms of the need to verify test results, for example, vaccines or other vaccines. So this is about data. This creates a dynamic QR. I apologize if I'm going too fast. It's important that, well, payment, that is, here we'll create debit cards. We're working with issuing banks. We have some already in the region. We're working on debit cards. And the idea is that these, I mean, debit cards can be used and cover all the needs of travelers. This debit will have some specific features, that can be used in within the ecosystem. And the concept of payment, we understand it as a way to actually deal with essential problems that a lot of countries have in terms of, banking, and we'll also work on travel market. This is very important. This is going to be sort of a search engine for accommodation, transportation, and so on. Hotels, hostels, and we believe it's important, and we are including an online market and an online shopping. A lot has been said about cultural diversity, so we really think this is very important. And at the back, in the shopping or travel market, we gather user relations, destinations, and finally, there's another channel for entertainment about places, programs, activities, and this is pretty much the way we're used to. So all of this is focused on we'll have 3 different levels. A membership level, as a partner, as an ambassador, as a volunteer. But this will be a sort of a rewards type of program associated to all of the members and open to the industry. We're talking about a dynamic model, and most importantly, these benefits and rewards are being oriented so that it can be used in many countries. We believe this is the new tourist model, and also consider the importance of development. So we need to, just briefly, I don't know if there are any other questions, but this is the ecosystem that, in a way, collects everything we talked about. And now we'll discuss a practical case just to show you how technology works. In this case, that relates to touristic mobility. The triple winner models, this part has the connection with the end user or the tourist. And now we'll discuss coverage. All of the services to corporations and the stakeholders in general that comprise the tourism the sector, companies. We cannot talk about tourism without mobility. Let's suppose we can see what's happening on real time, what's happening across the globe, because we can track and know where people are and how long they stay there, where they come from, where they went to. This mobility platform has a beautiful concept, which is ethnographies. Ethnographies allow us to identify cultural patterns based on mobility in order to get to know, identify cultural trends that are set by tourism. As you can see, this is real-time Madrid. If we just pick one mobile device, we'll be able to know how long and where they went to and how long they've been there. So based on this information, with this, you can see the capacity of sharing these kind of insights all of the interpretation that could be drawn thanks to this, the capacity to create heat maps based on interests, the capacity to have conversations in real time, to deal with the people, to have the appropriate information and the right information in the right place. This format is really, really very important in these times. So we could actually move around the world and identify behavioral patterns, which is the link. I mean, what allows us to get to this ethnography is how can we build it. So let's select the mobile devices that are interesting to reach to draw some conclusions, to set some actions. And so, and also identified where they went to, how long, if they go to hotels, the hotels they stayed at, Eurostars, the weekends, I mean, what happened, how long they spent there, on average, what they did before, what they did after. I mean, all of this ethnographic information, putting this at the center of conversations so that public sectors and private sectors can actually get in contact based on this knowledge and also establish the model that we are proposing. The tool really, I mean, we could discuss this for a longer period of time, but we need to be able to obtain information, analyze it, process it, and provide it. I mean, offer that as a good. This is the objective. Thank you very much. We're concluding this panel with this. We try to show you the difficulty to, well, address such a very long topic, so different, I mean, based on the different national country scenarios. Collaboration between public and private sector based on platform design of the relations that will help a natural transition where technology will be the main mediator of change, that would standardize conversation between the different stakeholders. This is essential, and as I said at the beginning, the winner will be society as a whole. Digitalization, we can't help but talk about it. For us, digital transformation, I mean, digitalization brings about transformation, but the dynamics of evolution must be based on the capacity that communities or societies have to absorb the different technological innovations. That's why we believe there must be a willingness to change that is natural and everlasting without imposing it. Of course, we need to accelerate things, but we believe that proper absorption and assimilation is really key. Of course, we will have more developed regions. And finally, our efforts are intended to improve citizens' experiences, to facilitate relation and information dynamics with travelers, and create awareness on tourism economies, I mean, local economies and the environment. So we're working for a citizen called tourists, and what is good for the tourist, it'll be good for the citizen. I believe it's very important. I mean, education is very important in this sense. And if we understand that policies are not only devised for groups, in individual groups, what we expect in tourism, we want to see in tourism, as it was defined before, the future, sustainable tourism, competitive and responsible tourism, and accessible for all. I'd like to thank you all. Thanks to the organizers and the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was an honor to join this panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Álvaro Garnica, Rafael Pérez from Wanderlust Global Life, and as co-organizers of this first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development. It was a step-by-step presentation, and as you said, when we exit this tunnel, we'll have a tool to be able to know where we're standing when tourism is reopened. Now we'll have a short break. We'll have some videos during the break, and after the videos, please join us on the next panel. Thank you very much.
Hola, mi nombre es Brianda López y soy la directora de Hosteling International.
My name is Brianda López. I'm the director of Hostel International, and I'm delighted to be part of the first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development hosted in Cordoba, Argentina. Please join us to discuss and think the future of tourism, how we can change it, and in order to have a better future for us all and implement the SDGs. It will be a pleasure to have you here and listen to your participation. Thank you.
Hay un lugar donde el día y la noche se disfrutan distinto, pero con la misma intensidad. Un lugar que lo tiene todo y que está en el centro de todo. A donde llegas fácilmente, pero que es difícil abandonar. Un lugar con historia, con presente, con futuro. Un lugar que te sorprende, te emociona, te enamora. Un lugar donde se disfrutan todos los placeres y se calman todos los apetitos. Solo, acompañado, bien acompañado o muy acompañado. Disfruta Córdoba ciudad.
Bien, compartíamos bellísimas imágenes de Córdoba.
And so we were sharing beautiful images of Córdoba city, Córdoba province, and we welcome you back to this first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development. Thank you. Many activities on this second day, non-stop between one panel and the next, with really important speakers around the world, from Beijing, going through Moscow, and to Chile and Vicuña. We are really linking all cities around the world in this forum. So let's present the next panel. Orange tourism and creative economy. Moderator of this panel, Dinora Suarez Lemes. She is Director of Sustainability and Innovation at Wanderlust Global Life, defender of Sustainable Development Goals and Global Sustainability. She counsels different companies in strategic plans for sustainability, and she promotes circular economy and digital transformation in the touristic sector, among others. She actively cooperates with the United Nations, World Bank, and the African Development Bank in the devising and deployment of different projects. For more than 20 years, she's been an entrepreneur in Europe, Africa, and Latin America. She is founder and CEO of companies that are related to research, development and innovation, sustainability, tourism, fashion, and training. She's a leader in the fight against climate change and member of boards of directors in entrepreneurial institutions, national and international, mentor, speaker, and conference person. So no better person to moderate this panel. Dinora, the floor is yours. Go ahead, your microphone is off. Hello, good afternoon, Laura. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm really thrilled to be here with all of you with this panel related to orange economy and creative economy. In our panel, we have three incredible speakers, great speakers, related to sustainable development and orange economy. Thank you for being here, Brianda Lopez. Then we'll say a little bit more about you, Jorge Brown and Jaime Alberto Cabal. I'd like to thank both of them for being here with me. As an introduction, I'd like to present what we are doing, what we are working on at Wanderlust, and let me make a very brief introduction of our goals, our principles, and our projection. Wanderlust Global Life, it answers to the need of a touristic sector that nowadays requires a new focus, and as we all know, a new way to do tourism. So from that point of view, as international company that we are, we have a great team of experts with vast experience in the tourism sector, most of all related to safety, digital identity, global communication, technological solutions, and sustainability, of course. From Wanderlust, we provide digital solutions that are completely related to the tourism sector by including digitalization and sustainability. We want to involve all the key stakeholders, from destinations to institutions, companies, and of course, travelers. We want to be part of the change and the impulse of a more sustainable tourism. So that's why we are committed to the SDGs for the 2030 Agenda of the UN. The strategy that we follow from Wanderlust Global Life has four main axes that are completely aligned to the SDGs to transform digitally and promote the touristic sector. First, to actively promote the SDGs, ensuring coordination and continuity in time. On the other hand, we're going to promote the transparency and knowledge in all public or private entities related to the tourist sector. And third, we're going to promote the participation of citizens, identities, companies, and through information, communication, and sensitivity in tourism, technological and sustainable tourism. And last but not least, we are going to thrive and foster equality in tourism. So I know that we are a little bit delayed. I'm going to give way to our panelists, starting with our dear friend Brianda Lopez. I'd like to thank you for being here. It's an honor to have a woman like you that is so committed with sustainability and circular economy. And let me tell you a little bit about her. Brianda is a committed leader with sustainability, and she's director, CEO of Hosteling International. It's the youth hostels chain, the sixth hosting vendor around the world, with more than 3,000 hostels in 88 countries. It's one of the young travelers community with more than 3.5 million members that are seeking to discover more and better a world that is a world in a sustainable and ethical way. To date, they've had 1.5 billion travelers. Brianda has contributed to placing and to putting on the map the sustainable development, and at the heart, this Youth Hostels Association, a long time. She's had solid strategies, quality and sustainability projects for climatic change and social change, as well as small and large local programs, Sleep for Peace, HISF, or High Connect. Brianda is licensed in Management Business Administration and a master in Environmental Administration, and she's part of the board of members of the OMT, and she's now in the Sustainability Committee. Before she entered HI, she had different roles in different business units of companies. She's an expert in the industry for industrial factors of Sustainable Council and preside the work of the work team for the SDGs. Welcome, Brianda. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, Dinora. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I've prepared a very small, short presentation. Let's see if it works. Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you for being here. It's an honor for me to be here. We are all looking forward to meeting again, and right now, any type of cooperation, especially thinking about the future. I'd like to talk about what we think is the future of tourism and what's going to do what tourists are going to do despite the pandemic and the impact. So we want to see what 2022 is going to be like, a different type of tourism, or to continue with the type of activities that we do at Hosteling International. As Dinora said, I'd like to introduce you to my company. I don't know, some of you, if you've traveled in 1929, the young travelers use these type of hostels, and they are the ones, those are the type of places that we represent after training and more than 90 years in the industry. Now if you go to the Netherlands, you will have a more diverse concept with a market that is much more diverse despite the young people. With the young people at the heart of it, but with sustainable places like the one on the left, made with sustainable materials, but also with the most important thing for us is cultural exchanges when they stay in our hostels. Dinora summarized our company, but we are also an organization that has members, a non-profit, that we are focused towards a mission that was born with the purpose of facilitating travelers young travelers, so from a knowledge, cultural experience among people, environment, and respect towards local cultures. That's why hostels are built the way they are. It's not a product based on the services, but when people stay at our hostels, they have the chance to socialize, to get to meet other people, in a very safe environment where experiences are focused to know the local culture. That's why we think that our hostels are dynamic social dynamos, because we bring the young people to destinations that are going to be opened by them in the first place. If you look at the locations, many hostels sharing this movement, such as facilitation and understanding among cultures, we have an impact that is quite global at dynamic level and an impact on tourism and the quality of travelers. For us, this is very important. Now, for today's panel, I've focused on 3 initiatives that we have from the GLOCAL perspective, which I think is very interesting, and I think they're focused on the sustainability axis. Initiatives that we work at global level, but that are implemented locally. The first one, as Dinora said, the Sustainability Fund. Since 2013, all of our travelers can compensate their stay with us and pay for their stay, and with the money that they pay that are those that are committed to sustainability, what we do is we invest that at local level, or they come to hostels where we help reduce the CO2 emissions. So since 2013, we've invested in 23 projects, and we always ask to contribute to the SDGs, but to also have educational purposes, to integrate communities, and to work with My Climate. We compensate at local level in destinations where we don't have a reach, but where we help development, like the project here, that is not also we contribute with funds, we give scholarships to women, to girls. The second project that is more of a social tone is Sleep for Peace. It's a global project that comes to celebrate the World's Peace Day, and we think we contribute by facilitating the cultural exchange among people to prevent conflicts. And when you know the other person, when you know the other culture in a relaxed environment, you see things in a different way, and that helps us prevent any type of stereotypes. We break down walls, and at the end of the day, we contribute what we call peace and tourism in general. In many cases, we are affected by world conflicts, in many examples nowadays. In that sense, what we do is to give the possibility to each destination of participating in a local way in what they understand is the culture, conflicts, and the circumstances that each destination has. Last year, for instance, no, 2 years ago, each destination sent a box with what they thought represented their country in other countries to talk to the networks about the cultural aspects represented there. So New Zealand sent a T-shirt of the All Blacks, but many things that we didn't know also, in order to increase dialogues among cultures, so people start understanding more than what we know already about each one of the countries. We also had discussion panels in countries like Israel. They talk a lot about the conflict there. So in a way, you give everyone an opportunity, a global opportunity, so that at local level, they can integrate communities in terms of communication and debate. And the last one, it's a very nice project. It's a training project. It's called High Connect. High Connect does is to use the international network that we have to give opportunities to volunteers and also our staff members to have an experience. I wouldn't say a labor experience, but integration and knowledge experience on how hostels work anywhere in the world. And then the great unemployment rate among young people, we give the young people the opportunity to have that first contact with tourism at simple level, labor level, but to get to know the country. And when they come home, they can also put in their curriculum some kind of labor experience, work experience that will open their doors for any other kind of better jobs or good jobs. But our greatest resource, our employees and the people that work in the hostels, it helps them a lot to connect with the brand and to understand what hosteling is beyond the hostel they're working for. That was just a very brief presentation, and I was saying GLOCAL is very important, and there are many initiatives, many opportunities, economic opportunities to open for the future, and that's a concept for Orange economy. And with that, I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you, Brianda. I love your initiatives, one more interesting than the other, and working on that sustainable development that you and me and all of those in this panel defend, of course. And now let's move on to a great strategist and advisor, political and economic advisor. With more than 20 years, he has developed his professional career helping entities and organizations to implement sustainable development. Jorge Brown, good afternoon. He's VP and founder or founding member of the Advanced Leadership Foundation. You will tell us about the initiatives that you are developing, and they organize different forums around the world. He's partner of MAP Consulting, focused on implementation of production plans to integrate sustainability policies. Jorge, whenever you want, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be remotely, but it's an honor to be with you all. Thanks to the organizers, Maximiliano Malvesin, for this invitation. It is always a privilege to be in Cordoba because, you know, our foundation, we had the opportunity to organize 2 World Summits on green economy. One of them had as a guest speaker former President Obama, always with the support of the governor of the province, Juan Schiaretti, to bring these opportunities to Cordoba province. And personally, I think is one of the most interesting provinces, not only in Argentina, but also in Latin America. We organize world summits, and in 2019, we organized one with Duque's administration and the mayor of Medellin. We organized the first Orange Summit with the concept of Richard Hastings. There were 58 speakers with us for 2 days to discuss on orange economy. And this is where I would like to focus orange tourism, because orange tourism is the pillar between orange economy. I mean, the symbolic, it's a key driver because it is the differentiating driver in Spain and other parts of the world. They spoke about global tourists before pandemics, and then the pandemic struck. Okay, now you're without any tourism. A clear example was the city of Barcelona or other cities saying that they did not want so many tourists. So now they regret very much because they realize about the importance of tourism. But it is a good time to rethink what kind of tourism we want. In orange economy that is created, that has to do with creativity, I think that Latin America has this huge opportunity to reinvent itself and attract tourists that seek for orange economies, and that those tourists will leave more money in the economies. tourists that are much more than sun and beach, right? They want to be involved and understand the cultures, the historical heritage. Even though our organization is American, but I'm Mexican, in Latin America we have a historical heritage like the pre-Hispanic, the colonial world, and the cultural traditions we have in each of our regions, because it is not by country but by regions, and there's an incredible diversity, and we have a great challenge as well, which is how can we promote and make governments and international organizations coordinate cultural and touristic activities so that they are not separate? They have to go hand in hand. And this is only the first step. We need to make institutions such as UNESCO and UNDP, they need to work together in order to create these kind of initiatives. And this is just the first step we need to make. The second step is to find new leadership within civil society that demands a very powerful participation, people leading in order to carry out new initiatives. For example, cinema festivals, and Cordoba is a leader in Argentina, but I mean, regions that attracts international tourists that will leave something that in Latin America we really need. Foreign currency. We need these tourists to come to Latin America and spend their money. Orange economy is just to say a few words, generates 33 million euros a year. And it's not only those benefits, but also external benefits. Tourism itself, 181 million a year. And one of 10 jobs, out of 10 jobs is related to tourism. If we join these two parts, this is an exponential factor that is important for the future. And what we want to build is new leaderships, find leaders that are willing to face the challenge and the responsibility to transform their own societies and transform them from the cultural tradition and authenticity of each of the regions in the world. And this is one of the best definitions and the most beautiful definitions of globalization. The more global you are, then more global that region will become, more interesting it will become to the rest of the world. I just loved your presentation. I couldn't agree more with you, because it is, we've known each other for some time now, and we are on the same page. And after Brenda, your presentation was fantastic. Now we'll give the floor to Jaime. Jaime Cabal, how should I introduce yourself? Because your CV, I mean, it's so long, it could take you many hours. But could you tell us what you're doing, what Colombia is doing to promote, to Valley Orange economy, all of the bets that you're taking on behalf of the government, what you're doing in Colombia? You're really the leader that is advocating for orange economy and creative economy. Jaime Cabal is the national executive president of FENALCO in 2019, and he was also a minister of economic development of Colombia and ambassador of Korea, right? That's a great summary, and many, many more things, but I just summed it up in those three things. He's had many positions, very relevant positions in the public and private sectors, always advocating for business and entrepreneurs. And he's a consultant, a conference, a lecturer, and an advocate for orange economy. Jaime, the floor is yours. Thank you, Dinora, very much for your introduction. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation from Wanderlust for your very nice presentation on the company and your approaches. Also, greetings to Brianda. It's great to meet you again. The model that you presented is really wonderful. Sustainable tourism with orange economy. And Jorge, thank you for your definition of orange economy. In Colombia, our current president is one of the world leaders in orange economy, and his administration has a very, very big, is really very interested in orange economy and orange tourism. Briefly, I'll tell you a little about ourselves and then how we're developing orange economy and share some success studies because we don't have much time. FENALCO is the largest federation in Colombia. We work together with organizations for the community. We have been working for many years now. We are covering 120 business activities, many different sectors, and we are a national federation. The main business sectors we represent are really quite diverse, very cross-sectional. Let me say that we work with restaurants, hotels, businesses related to tourism, and this is where we're working in terms of orange economy, and this is what we want to share. This is led by the government. I mean, and we passed a law to support creative companies and orange companies to encourage, to promote and protect creative industries, and in this sense, also set the sectors that have to do with the trade of goods and services based on intangible concepts, and this law has really good benefits for companies and for entrepreneurs. I mean, the young people that are becoming involved in orange economies. And December this year, up to December this year, businesses can have a tax incentive for 7 years if they formalize if they become a part of the formal system of Colombia. They wouldn't be paying taxes for 7 years. And the 103 categories that were established as regards orange economy. Orange tourism, and Jorge provided a wonderful description. The UNESCO definition is also valuable. It's sustainable tourism that generates cultural based on responsible or accountable tourism. And in Colombia, in this sense, we've seen that there is a transformation in the interest of tourism to visit Colombia, to find or have creative experiences as regards urban, cultural, artistic issues. So this kind of tourism, as Jorge mentioned, clearly becomes a very interesting attraction or added value for sustainable tourism that actually puts in the center all of the orange economy activities. Among the programs we're developing, the national government is what we call the DNAs or ADN, which are orange development areas that have to do with, well, they just follow the municipal regulations and which are intended to work and encourage cultural activities as a touristic attraction for the cities. So these are creative centers that contribute to the renewal of the culture of the place, because each DNN will create improvements in education and will bring cultural activities and creative activities so that they are established in the city. These areas strengthen entrepreneurial activities, new businesses that are based on creativity, tourism, and the recovery of world heritage or cultural heritage, the transfer of knowledge, their sense of belonging, social inclusion, and very important, this creates a touristic attraction, which is very important for these areas. Briefly, all of this is within a framework of an entrepreneurial ecosystem and orange economy. And FENALCO participates very actively via a program we called FENALCO Orange, FENALCO Naranja, and we have a set of programs that I'll briefly share with you. But basically, I'd like to show you some success cases, ADNN areas, urban renovations, tourism, and what we call the orange wheels. For example, one of these areas is called San Felipe District in Bogota, Colombia. And this district is, has different activities related to the car industry mainly. And now it's undergoing some changes with some cultural and artistic expression. There's a very famous restaurant. It's called Trattoria de la Plaza. It's a restaurant that is always busy. And in this area, this district attracted new cultural activities, and a transformation is created that, art galleries. And in this district, there is a square that is called 7 de Agosto. They give an award by a sustainable urban award in a program called Reinventing Cities to transform these cities to orange economy activities. This is, and let me share that FENALCO has been an organizer and an operator of an orange business wheel called RDNN. This is a partnership between the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Culture, and it promotes the procurement and the sale of goods and services. And FENALCO was the operator of the program. We carried out 5 of these orange wheels, and we did this in 32 departments or regions across the nation. We had over 3,600 participants, 25,000 applications, 2,500 people that registered on the platform, and over 1,200 appointments that were arranged. And this is a small amount. It's $1.2 million. This is for young people that are just beginning to be involved in orange tourism and orange economies. So this will be the end of my presentation. And these are just some experiences that we're working together with the private sector and the national government and FENALCO.
Tienes muteado.
Thank you very much for your words. I love to listen to you. I enjoy. I'm a little stressed out because I have to count the minutes. Brianda's, Jorge is yours. I'm sorry that I'm not. I don't. That's the way it is. We'd like to end this session by thanking you all. We have no time for questions, but I would love to maybe meet someday in the future and to go deeper on the great benefits of green economy and the creativity economy, that I think they are two vehicles that we have at hand to develop a new tourism model that is sustainable, of course. Brianda, thank you very much. Jorge, a pleasure to have shared this time with you. And Jaime, well, of course, I've said, we hope we can meet soon. And that's it. Thank you, and we close today's panel. Bye-bye. Thank you, Dinorat. I'd like to thank you for accelerated step that allow us to go now with the next panel. We'd like to welcome all of those who are here with us. We greet you from Cordoba, Argentina. We are in the second GLOCAL Forum in the framework of the Fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development. We had a very intense day, Maximiliano. I'm very happy together with you. And now we will present the new panel. New paradigms from the trainer's vision in tourism. Moderator of this panel, Marta Botti. She was twice the director of tourism of the city of Cordoba. Not many can brag about that in different administrations. She's being in charge of the Secretary of Tourism in Cordoba. She is a counselor for the Agency for the Economic Development of the City of Cordoba, ADEC, founder of the tourism program in Blas Pascal University, founder of EDTour, the first research institute for tourism in Cordoba, a member of the board of the Social Association of Travel Agencies. Once, in her many participation as a speaker in local forums, as a conference woman and an expert on tourism, I listened to her say that there are two T's in her last name, Botti. One is T for her last name, and the other T is tourism. Yeah, it's a pleasure for us to have Marta. She is such a key referent, very well known abroad. The times I've talked to many references in the international tourism, she was mentioned. And now in this panel that we will have local and international representatives of tourism, we had no doubt that she had to be the one to moderate the panel. Marta, it's my pleasure, and all the organization is very glad to have you here in this channel, which is training tourism ahead with the change in paradigms of this pandemic. Marta, please, the floor is yours if you want to come to the panel, while Laura, if you want to name the rest of the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Those who know me, they know that I always express everything I feel. I feel a lot of appreciation, really. I'd like to thank the ADEC, the Agency for the Economic Development of the City of Cordoba, for representing them from this tourism space in those dialogue tables that we always have. I like to really congratulate, from the T of my T as in tourism, the initiative of the first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism. I'm going to talk very little about the dark times. I'm going to talk more about the light at the end of the tunnel that is waiting for us. So we start thinking we have to start walking towards that light. Before coming here, I heard Dr. Lopez Rossetti, we just have a short way to go, and I immediately said, okay, I want to believe that. I'm going to open the doors of the academia here in Córdoba. We are called the literate ones. Many doctors have graduated from here since 1913. The second oldest in Latin America. The first one is in Peru. And honestly, these universities has seen many thinkers and essay writers, presidents of the Argentine Republic. Being an academic in Córdoba is just maybe mandatory. You breathe academia in its streets, students walking around. And when I was in Portugal, I missed not to have the ropes. I couldn't smell the ropes in the air. And tourism is a discipline that we decided to place it 20 years ago at a higher level because we thought that it deserved respect of having that special step that was to belong to the university concepts. Córdoba is not only academia, it's also tourism. It's the first destination around the country. We are a destination hub. Despite the fact that the airport is closed, we'll recover it soon. So it's a hub, and Córdoba tourism, that's what we're talking about. And I want to tell you something about Córdoba and tourism. I want to tell you that it's the only city that hosts 3 tourism observatories. The one that belongs to the city government of the city of Córdoba, and it's been in functions for more than 12 years. And the information that you need, you can find it there. Even though it's being founded at national level, we also have the tourism convention tourism observatory, the first one in the country in terms of congresses, events managed by the Bureau of Conventions in Córdoba. And if the World Tourism Organization says that if we move $18 billion and 300 million people travel around the world, we have religious tourism, because motivation of faith moves masses. From the Middle Ages, from the Pilgrims and the Crusades, they were the ones that started the tourism when we had to give those pilgrims and people of faith host and accommodation and food. So Córdoba is totally academic. We know that we have very little time, and I have a beautiful panel. I'm going to say good afternoon and good evening because they are listening to us from Spain. But basically, we are going to say that there is one person that is not here, Seleni Mateus. She couldn't join us, unfortunately. Executive Director of the International Studies of Tourism International Studies from University of George Washington. From George Washington University. So we are going to listen from Ana Concepción García Gómez, Complutense University, Madrid. So talking about Madrid and Complutense University, for all of those who have been there, it's great because Madrid is a model city in terms of tourism, so having heard is great. We will also hear from Roberto Iparraguirre. This is a women's panel, but we have one. Tourism is very inclusive. It's really inclusive. We include this man in our panel. We women do a lot for tourism. We don't have inclusion problems in tourism. Roberto Iparraguirre is Dean of the Environment and Tourism School at the Provinces University. It's a local province university. It's very important to have a university that is specifically devoted to the local students, and from the point of view of the from there, they look into the world. They were, as a consequence of the first Institute of Tourism, 40 years teaching tourism and training the tourist experts that already have gray hair. We will also hear from Gabriela Larrauri, coordinator of the National University of Córdoba. She's going to present RAIZ, a program to support local management, and Blas Pascal University with the director of the Tourism and Environmental Management, Eugenia Alaniz, and Silvia Ramallo from Siglo XXI University. Eugenia Alaniz, Blas Pascal University, very much linked to her, myself, because I was in her position before, and Silvia Ramallo, representative of the tourism and hotel program at the Siglo XXI University, one of the largest online universities in the country. Let's begin with María Concepción García Gómez from Spain. Thank you very much, Marta, dear panelists and attendees of this first GLOCAL Forum on tourism and economic development. Here it's still daylight here in Madrid. Now nights start later. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this forum and especially to be surrounded of such prestigious colleagues. So I'd like to begin my speech by thanking the organizing committee for their kind invitation to be here with you. And I'd like to congratulate this initiative that is great. So I'd like to give you a few ideas about the challenges that we will be facing while developing touristic talent from the higher education perspective right now in these pandemic times, but most of all, looking into the future, into the post-pandemic. Tourism is one of the economic sectors that has been negatively impacted by the health crisis, and it will only be in some time due to its characteristics, restrictions on mobility, isolation, and fear. They're all enemies of tourism right now. For example, in Spain, information data states that in the tourism sector, they're scary, really, really scary. In 2019, that apparently it was a long time ago, but it was just a year and a half ago, Spain received 183,000 tourists, which meant a record number after many years that we surpassed our own records, and getting a very curious phenomenon that we received double the number of foreign tourists than people living in Spain. So the GDP was very benefited, job creation increased by 13%. In 2019, we were the first country in the world in terms of touristic competitiveness, and the first one around the world with international tourists, only after France and the US. So that was 2019. Last year, in 2020, the arrival of international tourists plummeted by 75%. We only had 19 million tourists, a number that we only had in 1968. However, in the pre-pandemic, tourism was one of the economic sectors that was the most dynamic ones, with incredible growth, a clear engine for the socio-economical development, and by itself, due to its multiplying effect that it has over other economic sectors, and for its capacity to create jobs, this tourism as a job creator, as a promoter of culture, economy, and local products has been reflected in several of the SDGs. More particularly, when we talk about the SDGs 8, 12, and 14, tourism directly or indirectly contributes to job creation, most of all in the most vulnerable groups such as young people and women. And it fosters economic development with the creation of small and medium enterprises. for all of that. The closing of this event of this sector has had huge social impact and lots of losses of jobs around the world. So now more than ever, we need to improve professionalism in the sector. We are capable to offer innovative answers and responses to these new challenges by means of developing new touristic talents. If we look back, like Marta was doing when she presented us, and if we remember the higher education in tourism, we may find a key that can help us understand why the effects of this health crisis have been worse in this sector than in any other. And the fact is that despite the importance of the touristic sector, there was always a lack of training, higher training, specialized higher education in the sector. That's why tourism was included much later to innovation. In fact, even before the pandemic, from the beginning of the 21st century, we already had a tourism model that was completely unsustainable. It was already mature, with not much innovation and not a lot of added value, in view of a society that was demanding something different. The tourists of the 21st century do not only want to arrive to a place and disconnect themselves and rest. It's not the same for them to be in one place or another. They try to find emotional stimuli. They're looking for experience, and therefore, before the pandemic, we had to have qualitative changes in the touristic models, and that's only possible through research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And there can be research, innovation, and entrepreneurship if we don't have specialized higher education in the sector. Traveling and do tourism does not mean that you are a tourist expert. It's like voting in an election doesn't make us politicians, or taking care of a sick person does not make us doctors. Tourism is a multidisciplinary sector, transdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary. And so it matches art, geography, economy, history, rights, law, urbanism. In order to have a touristic discipline, you need to integrate knowledge that come from several disciplines and creating an appropriate area of knowledge, which is the touristic sector knowledge. We said that tourism knowledge were introduced much later into the universities, much later than many other disciplines, but currently they have recovered that prestige in universities around the world. Nowadays, we find ourselves with tourism studies at the three higher levels of training, degrees, masters, and and doctorates. Very, very specialized programs in the field of tourism. So even though the situation is better than at the beginning of the century, we still need to improve that much faster, because this pandemic represented a tsunami. We have to give quick answers to this situation. Anything that can be invented has already been invented. Sometimes I like to start my classes about creation of companies and entrepreneurship with this phrase that was enunciated by Charles Dwell, a patent commissionist in 1889. But the truth is that he said that phrase, and none of us connected here in this forum, we don't believe that that is true, but we do find ourselves many times around us with people that do and act consequently in that way. So innovation is essential, and we don't know where the boundaries are, if any. And that's something that this pandemic has made evident, the capacity of resilience, of detecting and giving response to the new opportunities that changes generate, transforming, in other ways, threats into opportunities. we have to admit that this is going to pass too, and this is a great opportunity to reinvent the sector and speed up the changes that are necessary. From universities, we have to send this message and to be able to launch initiatives to contribute not only to the recovery, but also to the consolidation of tourism as a sector of high added value. For us, it's very important to have contributions between universities and companies, for teachers, for the entrepreneurs, how to impulse knowledge and entrepreneurship in companies of the sector and in the touristic destinations. From this cooperation, we can find new touristic products based on technology, data, user experience, among other examples, and we can also identify new segments and new niches with more possibilities of differentiating ourselves and internationalization. In my understanding, that's the way we have to go to. Universities, agencies, public administration need to work together to advance on the knowledge acquisition between the public sector and the private sector, the university and the companies, developing talent, innovation, job creation of quality, and that's all in our hands. We need to be able to generate meeting points, such as this forum, that facilitate the creation of partnerships and cooperation agreements, so that we all together can move forward with these common goals. Universities, we must be leaders of these transformations. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, actually. We agree on so many things, from the academic sector of whatever you said. I truly believe, and all of those in the academia, we believe that the virtuous triangle, academia, government, and companies, is key in order to interact together, because that's the only way for us to move forward and to change paradigms. I completely agree that even though this pandemic has been very painful, it has stopped something that we had to change. Thank you so much. We'll get back to you in a few minutes. Now, we'll hear from Roberto. So, Roberto Iparraguirre, Dean of the Tourism and Environment University of Córdoba. Roberto, hi, nice to see you. Hello.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to meet you, even though remotely, and share this activity with you. A warm greeting to colleagues and managers, tourism managers in Córdoba, Spain, and congratulations, and to ask for permission, because I'm the only man in the panel, and Marta talked about the presence of women in tourism. It is actually in many sectors. Out of 1,600 students we have, 55% of them are women. And this speaks about the importance and the thrive by women. Having said this, let me begin with my presentation. First, I'd like to thank the organizers. This is a high-level forum, and I've had the chance to listen to not all, but most of them, most of the presentations, and really congratulations on the level of the forum. The provincial university, we believe that our institution must be included and inclusive to all of those that are interested in studying and included in the society. Regularly in the university, we talk about cloisters. The word cloisters in Latin means to close, and we understand that knowledge must not be enclosed in cloisters, must be open and distributed in the case of tourism in order to improve economic, environmental, and social development through research and university extension. Some days ago, I read a report compiled by the UNESCO Institute for Higher Education in Latin America and the Caribbean, where four main aspects are considered for higher education facing 2050. The four aspects involved the responsibility in promoting well-being and sustainability oriented to justice, solidarity, and human rights. Third, to nurture from intercultural diversity, respecting cultures and identities, and creating forums for dialogue. And number four, to create interconnection to promote connections among cultures and to connect higher education with other levels of education, including informal and non-formal education. We understand without a doubt the role educational institutions play at all levels, particularly universities, to actively participate in the development of the skills and the power of communities. The great challenge is to provide high-quality training to the largest number of people possible. As regards tourism, we need to imagine urban and rural spaces that ensure health protection and environmental health in general. In the short and medium term, we'll have to train our students as regards the needs to maximize health care, their own health care and the tourist health care. And we need to enhance or provide an unforgettable experience. Not long ago, we spoke about the need of tourism and the positive impact tourism has on the health of people, and isolation has really enhanced this need. We believe that as soon as we have sanitary conditions in place, this sector will accelerate its growth. We need to be trained to do that, to face that situation. Concepts such as proximity traveling, recirculation of money in weakened sectors, regional economy, circular economy, economy of knowledge, domotics, renewable energies, energy efficiency, connectivity. These are issues that are involved in tourism, and they are here to stay. Company incubators, business models, investment projects, SMEs, strategic alliances will be adding community tourism, cooperativism, and gastronomy, food tourism, and more sustainable hotels in this new scenario that is approaching. Training professionals that promote local development from dialogue based on governance, creating synergies among the different social stakeholders, and will then be able to develop the network we need. The interrelation with public institutions and private institutions, formal and non-formal, at the local, regional, and international levels, will strengthen ourselves. As an example, in our university, we've been developing programs and seminars cross-sectional to the programs as regards the four aspects that I mentioned before. The aspects put forward by UNESCO. Seminars that are cross-sectional to the rest of the programs, such as, for example, building peace and coexistence, peaceful coexistence, and the economy, not the market economy, but the economy that is demanded by society in smaller scales. Also, environmental issues that we need to discuss, comprehensive accessibility programs, programs to develop gastronomy. We belong to the international social movements based on three pillars: sustainability, networks, and task forces. Programs to promote gastronomy, different programs on entrepreneurship and also for budget management in the framework of the SDGs. We are part of the Ibero-American network of domotics and renewable energies together with the energy commitment from Cordoba. We have a program in place for 3D tools applications, laser scanning, and the Jesuits heritage. And we're working together with the Cordoba Agency of Tourism to establish the strategic sustainable tourism program in Cordoba. And we are training 29 we're providing programs in 29 municipalities, programs on gastronomy management and hotellery. And during pandemics, we've been together with other institutions being organizing webinars for tourism protocols. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roberto. We know how hard your university works because it is inclusive. That is very important. So we can all learn about tourism in an inclusive way, and that is really a privilege that is including all of the business sectors. And also what you mentioned about the provincial university, how you're working with the whole territory. We can really tell how much you're doing, and in the future, where we have to understand that we're moving towards a more natural and environmental tourism, and we have to learn this because we kind of forgot about this. Thank you, Roberto, for your participation. Now, Gabriela Larrauli from the National University of Cordoba. Good morning, Gabriela. I know that you're a lawyer, but we're very interested in what you have to say about the RAIZ program supporting local administration. And we know that you're government trainers for local regional government. So we're really interested in your experience from the core university, National University of Cordoba. Thank you, Marta. It's an honor to be here representing the National University of Cordoba.
This university is my home. It's a pleasure to share this panel with you. I'm going to ask Nati if she could present. It's a short presentation, but I'll continue talking. RAIZ program is an initiative that already existed at university level. They had a program like this. It works mostly with the local government of Cordoba, or the city governments and the community governments. What we did from this new administration, with all the support that Dr. Judy gave us, is to do a more organic work structured around the local development, open government, and innovation in public management, administration. So the characteristics of this program are based on those three pillars, on those three axes. And the truth is that we aimed substantially at working with an actor that we think is strategic in the territory, which are the local governments. We are not going to talk too much about the characteristics of the program. There is a query code that you can scan and access to the website of the university where all the program activities are. We know that time is of the essence, so we wanted to just go deeper mostly on one of the work lines that this program has that is related to the local development and what has allowed us to approach the territories and to bring them closer. The idea of this program is that the National University of Cordoba reaches the territory. We go to the cities and to the communities that we started interacting with in order to take the organization all together. All the training programs that we are trying to put together. It's not about closed or canned type of programs. We go to the locations, and from the organizations themselves, we put together and articulate new ways to work together and to work on knowledge mostly. So that's the main axis that this program has. Now, around tourism, what we decided to do is to set up within local governments the outlook of tourism not only as an activity or an industry or an economic activity, but to give tourism a public entity. And what we try to do is to focus on public policies, and we understand tourism needs to be planned, designed, and assessed as a public policy. And in order to do so, we need to have certain competences, certain skills, and that's what we are trying to build in the local environment. So basically, the outlook, this new outlook and these new challenges that we understand implies having this new era of knowledge, we are fostering and taking to local governments and to the territories this concept of public policies that is, of course, cross-sectioned by the 2030 Agenda SDGs and the millennial goals. So we're not thinking only about tourism as a public policy, but also development with sustainability criteria, which means economic development, environmental balance for the construction of any enterprise or any plan in terms of tourism. And of course, as it was said before, of course, we want to have a multidisciplinary approach for this changing context, and in that regard, we need to have in each one of these locations and regions in the province that we go to, we need to be able to approach them in different contexts. And to finish, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what was one of the first experiences. In fact, our experience when we worked with the axis of the program, we had different lines of work. One of them, we call it the host city methodology, to work on the articulation between academia, local governments, private sector, and society. What we do is to try to articulate with them in the territory, and the idea of the host city allowed us to work in the northeast of Cordoba with almost all or the most important local governments. The host city was Villa del Soto, but we worked with San Marcos de Sierra, Cerrezuela, San Carlos Minas, El Zacate, and finally we were able to articulate a roundtable to measure the sustainable tourism indicators. So they expressed the need to be able to assess information, high quality information. So from that information, we could develop something on tourism. And what we worked on 2019 and 2020 was the design of indicators, and with those indicators then we collected information and we were able to start discriminating against those needs that they have in an articulated way, an offer of sustainable tourism for the region. From that experience, that wonderful experience that we had in the Northwest, what we were able to do as a result, and what we can start looking at as results, is that these dialogue tables, these articulation tables, are sustainable. It has allowed them to move forward in certain aspects. We were able to develop different types of training programs, some of them more related to the design of touristic circuits or tours in a region that has great difficulties in terms of infrastructure, accessibility, and it's a region that is clearly linked in terms of historical singularities, religious singularities. So We are now articulating and trying to have conversations and build the best image and the best identity to potentiate tourism in the northeast of Córdoba. Another interesting thing to highlight is that we were able to, in this articulation stable, we were able to put together a website. We built a website common to all these cities. They don't do their independent campaigns, touristic campaigns. We were able to articulate one for the Northeast region, where all the cities and communities are integrating and they present their potentials and they can offer tourism. Clearly, it's a stage and it was a great experience, a very important experience as a program. And in other areas of the province of Córdoba, we work other designs of public policies. And in the case of the Northeast, the design is about making sustainable policies. And to close, from the National University of Córdoba, we believe that we need to rethink the university in this link with the different actors in the territory. Thank you so much, Gabriela. Thank you. So beautiful. The northeast of Córdoba, so beautiful. Now we'll hear from Eugenia Nanis, Director of the Tourism Program, also Director of Environmental Management. Eugenia, you are the multiple director of something that is very close to my heart. Thank you. A pleasure to see you. You have been an adorable teacher from the very beginning in Blas Pascal, Córdoba. We hear from you now. Let's try. The only thing I'm going to ask you is, we are really way past delayed.
I will try. I'll do my best. Good afternoon, and thank you. It's an honor to be here with you, sharing this panel. Thank you for the passion that you've always conveyed. Today, it is a challenge for me, and I have this short presentation I'd like to share, and I agree with all of my colleagues. We need new professionals with new skills. Today, we're facing unprecedented channels, and we need to reset. Reset in the entire world, reset in the tourism industry that contributes so much to the economy of many countries. An industry that has to be born again in a world with 80% of the primary forests are lost, 2,000 millions of waste, and 30% of these waste is food, and 30% of the population are in a crisis, very deep crisis, and most of the people that the producers of waste are hotels. So we have an unsustainable model. We need to change it with a post-COVID tourist that demands many things. Destinations that are local, boutique hotels, natural places with health safety will be really the most important factor. Travelers that seek for transformative experiences. Experiences that that are life-changing, and also work action, since the remote teleworking is increasing, so maybe combining vacation and rural space. But this trend has been going on for many years now. But as a result of this dynamic industry, we were kind of lost, and we did not focus on the importance of this. Statistics stated that 60% of travelers would have liked to have a nap, where destinations could be recommended, and the increase of tourism will have a positive impact in communities. Or since 2018, 2019, and even before pandemics, 60% of tourists were after natural destinations. And it's not that we were not generating this, but we were kind of obsolete. I mean, and we suddenly were faced with the fact that we needed to reorient tourism based on SDGs, a more inclusive, safer tourism, bottom line, sustainable tourism that considers circular economy. Linear economies have failed already. We've seen, as a result of pandemics, that the development of the world has failed, and sustainable tourism has to focus on different approaches we can see on the slide. Oh, I will not go through them because of time constraints, but in addition to sustainability that is needed by the tourism sector, we need to be able to sell this to the world in a different way. These new destinations that need to rise, natural destinations, they need a marketing strategy. We already were developing this, but we need to include storytelling. With Steve Jobs created iPhone, he did not sell or market iPhone, and so the public actually acquired it through storytelling. So we need to have the money that Steve Jobs has, but we need to be able to sell our destination in a passionate way. Thank you. And also the new skills that are needed, technological and skills and soft skills that have been put forward. And so we need to train the new professionals from our two approaches we have, that is environmental and business approaches. And with this joint work between the public, private, and sectors and the academia. Thank you, Eugenia. The program from Blas Pascal University was the first program that was oriented on ecotourism. Silvia Ramajo from Siglo XXI University. We are connected to business. You are an executive yourself. You're very much related to companies and businesses and governments. Very dynamic relationship you have with them. So we want to hear from your perspective and your experiences.
Now we can hear you, sorry. The presentation, can you see it? Yes. I'd like to thank mostly Maximiliano Malvesin for calling me to open here, and you also, Marta, thank you so much. If we talk about inclusion, our university, the private university, Siglo XXI, we consider inclusion as the main pillar. We are a private university, the biggest ones. We have students all over the country, 23 provinces, the Puna, and our branch in Antarctica. We have inclusion in under our skin. So the idea was to tell you about the new paradigms. I'm going to focus on what we have to think about, those who train in this training, the new managers. We have, as a university, a model, a training model from a well-being ecosystem for our students, what we call the positive education. In order to foster knowledge in our students, we talk about creating an ecosystem, a well-being ecosystem, where complex contexts, we have the obligation to think about the world in a very positive way, to develop academic skills, but most of all, human skills in our graduates. Educational institutions have the moral obligation of looking at the social skills and developing emotional skills, allowing better academic performance for all of our students. Then we have to think that our students need to understand that they have to be conscious managers of their impact. And when I say conscious managers of their impact, is understanding professionalism as a key tool to manage territories, to transmit the importance of students as a change agent. They need to understand the responsibility that they're assuming, and they need to be very efficient in terms of managing the value change of tourism as facilitators, dialogues, synergies among the different touristic actors. And, of course, the touristic professional needs to be a global leader, very, very strong roots, but without losing that global look. As a director of the three programs that I represent, we want our students, and that's what we tell them in the classrooms, we want them to trigger an aware tourism. We want them to trigger that by the sustainable development. And the third paradigm that we need to understand is the one of entrepreneurship and generating jobs. Develop skills in our students for understanding, and most of all for local jobs, by fostering wit for detecting new opportunities, not the formulas that always repeat themselves. Facilitation for employment, and also to foster from the training program local projects of development. We have to close. The impact of planning of the SDGs. We are working very much on the SDGs. We were one of the 3 universities that have worked on the SDGs, of course, with the protection of the natural patrimony and cultural patrimony, proposing sustainable places, and of course deep work on the synergies that you said, Marta, of a productive world, to understand their needs, the public management and academic management. And I close to say that for us, it's a very important paradigm to transmit to our students, is that through the right touristic management in hands of professionals, we can validate and bring dignity to each territory, add value for the identity, respect and pride. And the professionals in tourism are a key player. Thank you to the panel. It was a pleasure to have listened to you. We wanted to listen to you. We are going towards the light at the end of the tunnel, but in good hands, because you are preparing these new professionals, the ones we need for the years to come, with a lot of hope that we are going to correct ourselves from many defects, as Monchita, they call you that way, I know, in Conchita in Spain, to be more aware of the environment. A pleasure to have met you, and let's hope that we can continue in contact. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marta Botti. A pleasure to have you as a panel of trainers, and one of the axes that we have put more emphasis throughout this GLOCAL Forum, the training of the future professionals linked to tourism. And in this second day of the first GLOCAL Forum, we continue now and want to welcome to this new panel. We have more than 1,200 participants around the world, and we want to say that this GLOCAL Forum is taking place within the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. And now we introduce the next panel. Challenges of the private sector for the future of tourism. Moderator, one of the voices of tourism in Argentina in terms of the private sector, Mr. Aldo Elias. Aldo Elias is the president of the Tourism Argentine Chamber, president of the South American FEDESUD, entity that represents the Chamber of Tourism of South America, president of the Institute of Touristic Quality ICTA, and VP, second VP of the Tourist Association of Hotels in Córdoba, Argentina. And the Argentine Chamber of Tourism is the vice president for the regional association. It's a pleasure to give you the floor now, Aldo Elias, and you can present your panel.
Thank you, Laura, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks again for this invitation to be part of the GLOCAL Forum. I believe we are in significant time regarding tourism, thinking how we can reposition ourselves in this new scenario we're undergoing as a result of COVID-19. Challenges of the private sector for the future of tourism, with these two excellent representatives from the private sector and the central aspect of tourism, will be able to guide us through, will give us their vision regarding what the way ahead. First, I will introduce Roberto Menguales, the president of Association of Hotels from Argentina. For 6 years now, he's been the president of the American Hotels chain with over 20 establishments in Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile. He has a master's degree. He was the president of the Cordoba Visitors and Conventions Bureau and a member of the Cordoba Tourism and Chamber of Tourism. Good afternoon, Roberto, and thank you for joining us. The floor is yours. Thank you, Aldo. It's an honor to be here. And as regards to the challenges we have ahead, I believe there are some clear challenges, such as resilience. In the first place, we're going through the deepest crisis in the past 50 years. And as regards future challenges, aside of resilience, which is really key, is adaptability, that is flexibility to changes. If we learn something about this crisis, is that we need to be very flexible in the face of everything. Digital transformation has been so important, brought us so many opportunities, particularly regarding resilience, especially for the future of the hotel business. And also takeaways, different assisted buffets based on the demands and the preferences of guests, business activity in order for flight cancellations in the short and medium term, but in the medium term as well. As regards business flexibility, we're speaking about the tools that are here, not only in the world, but in Argentina, that help us, manage more dynamic fees, and also flex fees about services. Because if this crisis, this crisis sort of emphasize a change that was already taking place. The guest paid for what added value. So flex fees, flex rates, without breakfast or gym or car park, and so on and so forth for the different services, so that the rate actually adjusts to the expectations of the customers. So flexibility is cross-sectional to all of the areas as regards shared files, organized files, and flexibility as regards changes, particularly in Argentina, where standards change many times during the year, conditions change many times as regards administrative issues. So we need And then flexibility in terms of front desk, for example, web check-in, express checkout. That is, flexibility has to be present in all of the aspects of the organization and the hotel. And for this, we need another aspect, which is the cultural aspect, not only to prepare teams to be flexible, but also for teams to be ready for what's next. I believe that tourism has been growing increasingly in the last few years, except for the past 15 months, but we'll go back to a growth curve as the one we had in the past. And so we need to psychologically overcome this crisis. So we need to work on the leaders so that they can support their teams and that teams are prepared to support the guests, because they will find a new reality. They will have a new reality, and they will find these changes we will have incorporated, that is, in terms of protocols that will be established in the industry, and also to support not only guests but also business customers, suppliers, and other team members. So it is very important to work on empathy, to be really in the shoes of the other, and that is something that at some point with these pandemics we have lost, and we need to actually fall in love with tourism. They say that everything changes, but what can't change is passion. And the hotel business is an activity that I'm really passionate about, and everyone that is in the sector feels the same way. And so I think that is why it's important to recover it. And so I believe we need to go back to that passion, to be true guests with this new reality and the challenges we have ahead. I see that apart from thanking you for participating, the secret of you've been watching The Secret of Her Eyes, and this is where you get the passion. What you just discussed, I feel that will force us to work very much on training, right? Particularly training our human resources. I mean, are you considering that? That's right. I mean, from the Association of Hotels and Tourism, we have a virtual platform that we released right before the pandemics, where we provide over 2,000 hours per month. And we're also developing some training and talks and considering the challenges we have for the future in the short and medium term. Thank you again for your participation, Roberto. We'll now give the floor to Gustavo Hani, who is the president of the FAEVIT. Gustavo has been working since 1998. He was the president of the Association of Travel Agencies from Mar del Plata, and since from 2009 to 2011, and he's been part of the federation since 2011. He is the president of FAEVIT and INCATUR, that is the Institute for Tourism Training, president of the Latin American Convention Fair, and the vice president of the Argentine Chamber of Tourism. And he is also the president of the Buenos Aires Chamber of Tourism. Gustavo, thank you for being with us and being part of the first GLOCAL Forum. For those of us who are listening to us, will listen to the ideas that travel agents have as regards the challenges we're facing as a result of this pandemic.
Thank you, Aldo. Thank you, Roberto. Great friends and great people. I learned so much from you and from many others in the sector. I'd love for us to be talking about challenges into the future. For the past year, we've tried to see if our sector was going to have a future. So if we're going to be able to get out of the situation we are in and that we're still in, Nobody thought that this could last more than a year. We underwent different stages. We saw colleagues that were unable to continue or that didn't want to continue, others that kept fighting and fighting and trying to find new tools, survival tools, something that we were not used to doing. Because what we were doing, we were just selling, we were working, and now we need a lot of survival tools. I think we did a very important job all around the country. I think we have put together a lot of different measures to be able to survive. All the agencies need to survive and to embrace the future. All of those measures that were very important to continue, together with the public administration, we need to think about what's coming too, how we are going to reinvent ourselves. Roberto talked about resilience. For us, travel agents, it's very important to be resilient, to reinvent ourselves, to look for different niches, and to always foster, and this is something we talk about a lot, the public-private relationship. We are all convinced that that's the key. But I also believe that there will be a new scenario, which is the private-private relationship. I think that we all have the great responsibility to generate a new way to relate ourselves from the business side. This pandemic proved that no one can be saved by itself. We are all together in this, and we need to work together. And in order to do so, we need to generate trust in the business chain. So we need to produce more modern tools, to have no fights, saying, okay, you are that, I'm this. We all need to find the way, the business way, to build that trust. That's exactly what our passengers need, and that's where travel agencies will be. We were there when we had to repatriate people who were all around the world, travel agents to work in order to reprogram all of our passengers, even with no money at all, because or even in negative numbers. But now we see with great expectations the D-Day that will be between September and October if we advance with the vaccination programs in a sustainable way. But I am convinced that we have to reformulate the work strategies. We have many challenges ahead, internally, inside the agencies, and with our passengers and the public and private sector. And I believe that the work that we have been doing here in the ACAT and all of the institutions, we've all understood that we need to work together and that we're going to be able to get out of this, as I said, all in this together. Our sector cannot extend this crisis anymore, unfortunately, and that's where we have to work hard, and that's what I am convinced of. Thank you very much. You are on mute. Thank you, Gustavo. I am thinking about something you said before, and it's the following. This pandemic has produced a repositioning of something that was complicated already. Technology was beating travel agencies. Technology was imposing over travel agencies. But this pandemic showed us that there is still a long way to go for travel agents. What seemed to be a profession that was complicated, well, now they recovered ground, and they have a lot to do ahead, because one of the things that we found is that specialization and the work done together with an agent, a travel agent, is much more important than perhaps the possibility of getting your own tickets through an app. How did you live that situation, somehow to recover that role that I think you were losing very much, and maybe unfairly, because there is a lot of preparation for travel agents in order to sell a service. You are absolutely right what you're saying. I think the crisis, what the crisis has done, and to benefit travel agencies to revive that face-to-face or personalized experience. The ones that were there to reprogram tickets and all that and worked at all times, even without getting any money in return, because we had already sold those tickets, were us. Now we need to capitalize that achievement, which was the revaluing of the personalized service. And we have to work a lot on that, as you said, with Roberto, through training. But travel agencies or travel agents, we have a great opportunity, and we need to work around it to capitalize it. Thank you. Well, I think that somehow these two presentations summarize the scenario in which the touristic activity is going to revolve. And in the post-pandemic, I think we have to build virtuous bonds between consumers and service suppliers, service vendors. We think that all the stops that we every time a tourist wants to buy a trip have ended up going through the window, and I think nowadays it brings us closer, this opportunity of working together, where we don't talk about clients or service vendors, we talk about a touristic sector that on the one hand you have the consumers, and on the other hand we have the service providers. We have a very big challenge ahead. You have a lot of work to do, and it's going to force us to be very smart, very flexible, and to be very well prepared for the tourism that is coming. Without a doubt, it generated a contained demand. There is a need to travel. There is a need to live wonderful experiences. And I think that your administration, your management will make it very virtuously. I know that you have other things to do. I know this is a little bit delayed, and I just want to tell you the conclusions, and that I will do it once you have disconnected. Thank you very much. All right. To finish with this panel, we wanted to tell you what the CITA conclusions are. CITA is the International Congress of Argentine Tourism that the Argentine Tourism Chamber organized a few days ago, together with the Ministry of Tourism and Sports National Administration, together with Aerolíneas Argentinas, the Federal Council of Tourism, and Impartur. Usually, I like to talk and not read things, but it allows me to speak freely and more flexibly, to start sharing my ideas with those here in an event or whatever. But in this case, when I wanted to analyze the conclusions of CITA, I found with a piece of writing, and I like to read it. Ludmila has written it. She worked with the CAT very much on this Congress, and I think it's a very nice very actual, very current text, so I'll take the liberty of reading what she wrote yesterday. CITA 2021 leaves us some teachings about the importance of being resilient in life, of continue betting for everything we love, that driver that in our case it means to link the world with people and the people with the world, because there is no better antidote in crisis than to face them from the passion, with passion. And something that is Congress left very clearly is that people dreamed of traveling, and that's where we have to be to make those dreams come true. It's also this idea of doing tourism in a new way, in the hands of technology and innovation. This new normal, between inverted commas, demands that we are prepared to the new ways of consuming. A more digital passenger that has learned it in the pandemic to use different technological tools that will introduce into their trips, but that will also rediscover that value of asking the experts. Without a doubt, this new scenario for the tourism industry does not only include technology. Pandemic also leaves us with a fairer, inclusive tourism, more accessible, where we all more affordable, where we can all share and enjoy our landscapes, and where countries' integration will be key for a successful development of the touristic activities. It leaves us with ideas that we need very much to reinvent ourselves, to be restless and to face changes even in the worst moments. The Congress was a clear evidence that the teamwork and dedication for our sector can contribute added value, very important added value to these difficult times that we are faced with. In summary, this Congress left us with a teaching to dare to dream even in the worst nightmares. I think this summarizes what we think and what we feel, those who live out of this beautiful activity. It tells us a lot about the responsibility that we have of taking a chance for the activity, the most important activities that the human being has. One of the most cross-sectional activities among all the economic activities, and all in all, it's a huge opportunity that we have ahead to recover the vertical, to create jobs again, and to place our country and our region as this huge continent where the natural destinations are around the corner. They are right there at a hand's reach to receive tourists from all over the world. Thank you so much from FEDESUR, from the Argentine Chamber of Tourism. I see my dear friends, Are Lastra, Esteban Avilés. It's a pleasure to be with you in this presentation you made. Thank you. Córdoba is always different, and this time it was not different. And I leave you with the words, Laura.
Thank you, Aldo Elias, President of the Argentine Chamber of Tourism, also President of FEDESUR. It was an honor to have you here as a moderator and presenter, and also the conclusions of this recent Congress, and share the value of passion as you did in this panel. Let's now continue with last panel. So we'll introduce, this last panel is on conclusions of the forum from the perspective of the tourism sector of Córdoba. Members of this panel: Maximiliano Mauecin, General Director of the First GLOCAL Forum; José González, President of the Chamber of Tourism of the province of Córdoba; Pablo Bianco, Director of Tourism of the municipality of the city of Córdoba; Alejandro Lastra, Director of Marketing and Tourism Products of the agency Cordoba Tourism. Esteban Avilés, President of the Cordoba Agency of Tourism, Government of the Province of Cordoba. Hernán Soreiro, who's the Secretary of the Agency for Economic Development, Maximiliano Mauvesin, who's been moderating the discussions for the past few days. Thank you, Laura. It is an honor to have been here for 2 days, 2 successful days, I must say. Thank you to all of the participants from different parts of the world, speakers from over 17 countries, participants from over 20 countries, 1,500 people online, and a lot of these people also on the set. Despite we're going through really hard times. So thank you to the officials and authorities. They have joined us and they have supported us. So conclusions of these 2 days of Forum on Tourism, part of the World Forum on Local Economic Development. First of all, I'd like to thank, on behalf of the GLOCAL Forum, the opportunity for the first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development as part of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. Hernán Soreiro from ADEC and the officials of ADEC and the authorities of the World Forum on Economic Development. Thank you, Maxi, and on behalf of ADEC. And after the past 3 years, we've been working on the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development to be hosted here in Cordoba. Very grateful to the staff and everybody who's worked either directly or indirectly for 5 years and different simultaneous activity, 200 speakers from around the globe, over 58 hours of live streaming in 3 different languages, and 45 sessions that the main event had, plus the 15 sessions of simultaneous activities, such as this one, the first GLOCAL Forum on Tourism and Economic Development. When Maxi and his team highlighted the importance of tourism in the economic development of territories, we thought that it was necessary to provide this forum to move on to solutions and some activities regarding the pandemics. We also contacted different organizations and began to work together very actively, also together with the municipality and the provincial government and Wanderlust. In the past few days, as part of the 5th World Forum, we became very interested in this industry and the situation that it is going through and the impact it's having on some territories and regions. For example, the people from Nazareth or the city of Nazareth or Spain, that it represented, accounted for almost 50%, more than 50% of the GDP decline. We also learned that the best way to face this situation is through effective vaccination programs and also ensuring health safety protocols, and also Cordoba with all of the cultural and traditions, and it is a challenge to actually enhance the employment and all of the activities that make it possible in Cordoba. The industry, construction, agriculture activities. And I would also like to highlight together with ADEC and the different municipal and provincial institutions to reestablish the importance of Cordoba, for example, the hub, the airport hub that not only enables or fosters tourism, and it really is so important for the development of tourism and also important for the development of the rest of the industries and social activities of Cordoba City. This is not the closure of the event. This is rather an invitation for further interaction, for further exchanging our ideas and experiences and the different things that were shared in the different panels. And this is what we're doing from our institution to actually have all of the information that was discussed here to disseminate it with other institutions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Herman. And thank you for allowing us to be part of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development, supported by the UNDP, the ILO, which has been a very successful forum hosted in Cordoba City. So we're very proud of it. We'll now give the floor to somebody that made this possible also, that is the municipality of the city of Cordoba. The director of the Department of Tourism, Pablo Bianco, with a panel today from Moscow, Nazareth, Vicuña, and Cordoba, also present in this panel. Pablo, what are your conclusions after the past 2 days? To be brief, which is the objective of this panel, first of all, thank you, Laura and Maxi, the technicians, ADEC. It's great to see you, Esteban, Ale. To work with you is always a pleasure, and to see that ADEC and the province are really making strong contributions for this to become a sector with its own identity, and that once for all we work together. And this is really the engine. Just a few things I'd like to say. We've been able to place concepts within a context, and these concepts that were addressed by the speakers have helped us really understand that what is happening to us is happening to the whole world. And so, as today from Beijing, they're not talking about a business, but rather an industry that has to do with regeneration, inclusion, and sustainability. Pandemics has changed everything, so we need to rethink ourselves facing the sustainable objectives, the SDGs, and consider them really as the pillar, as a mission, sort of so that it becomes a beacon. Technology as a vital partner. GovTech, Cordoba started to become a part of it. Emerging technology fosters innovative processes and decision-making processes, networks, idea networks that are established and united through this GLOCAL Forum so that everyone can contribute and learn from experiences. The need to have public and private articulations, universities, we cannot exit this by ourselves. The social environmental inclusion, for the first time, I hear that this is vital to continue working. We need to commit to ourselves to safe destinations, both as citizens, as and have a very solid health policies. And from Cordoba City, and on behalf of our mayor, to certify our support to the second GLOCAL Forum that we expect will take place soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. And now we have a new challenge to face the second forum. Yeah, we just have to set the date and save the date. Thank you, Pablo. A pleasure. Director of Tourism of the City of Córdoba, the hosts of this GLOCAL Forum and the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. And as he said in one of his paragraphs, the importance of the public-private sector. And for that, we have the president of the Tourism Chamber of the province of Córdoba, José González, entity that groups all the touristic institutions of the province of Córdoba, all the sectors of tourism. José, thank you for being here and welcome to this space. Well, thank you. I'd like to thank you all, to all the organizers and co-organizers of this event. It was beautiful. It was a great forum, everybody's participation, the conference, the speakers, the ones that emphatically set their proposals and their ideas for what's coming, and that was really enriching for all of us. Of course, and most of all, as Pablo said, we are very proud that it was Córdoba, the one to organize this first GLOCAL Forum. All the local business sector have participated, and we saw the participation of many people from abroad, and that really makes us very proud and very happy. What I'd like to highlight is that we, as an institution, and as you said very correctly, Maxi, we have practiced this unity, this link between the private and the public sector since 1999 with the creation of the agency. And we want to project products and promote those products. That's the goal of our chamber, in fact. It is a job that is quite good, the one we've been doing. Now we are concluding a project, an important project that started with business roundtables, touristic experiences, and now the setup of a platform to sell the province of Córdoba with a marketplace of more than 40 stores and 300 suppliers. That's very particular about for the province, and that proves that the public-private sector can work together. We belong to ADEC, and within ADEC we were able to develop many experiences and projects that are useful for all the society and to all the sectors that we conform. And now we also have the Cities Roundtable with Pablo. For the past 2 years, we are really working quite a lot and quite well to expose the products of the city of Córdoba. And now, I know that I have not a lot of time, but I want to highlight two of the speakers that you had, or the ideas that were exposed and that were shared. One, the first, was a quick integration, an actual integration at regional level, so that we can agree on protocols and criteria to make the creation of products more predictable and to make the clients more predictable when they come visit us from Latin America and the world. And the second concept I'd like to highlight, I don't want to get it wrong, but one of the colleagues from, I think from Ecuador or Peru, he talked about two important things to get out of this pandemic. The first thing he mentioned was to get everybody the shot. That gives predictability and trust to people. And metaphorically, he said that there was a second vaccine. which was addressed to governments that should give us, the companies, so that once this is over, we can get out of it and to contribute with everything we're doing for tourism. We are starting right now. This drop has been very hard, and we have a lot of liabilities now, and we believe in the sensitivity of our governments. We hope that they can give us a hand to preserve our companies, the ones that give employment to everybody. Thank you, Jose, for your words. President of the Argentine the Cordoba's Chamber of Tourism, you group all the private sector, and I like to thank to ACLAB, the travel agencies, AHT, all the hotel associations, to the Convention Bureau of Cordoba. That chamber, as you know, is in my heart, in the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Jose Gonzalez, and I think there was something that was inevitable to detect in each one of your words, and that was the public-private work. The province of Cordoba can very proudly show that work, that private-public work, for many years at province level, and that's thanks to the existence of an institutional umbrella, which is the agency Cordoba Tourism, that makes part of the public and private sector, and that really has achieved along the years to generate a joint work, without a doubt, with the different stakeholders that went through that agency without interruption. So I'm glad to see them connected, to see him connected, the director of promotion and marketing of the agency, Alejandro Lastra, and the president of the Cordoba Tourism Agency. And first, I'll give the floor to Alejandro Lastra. I have to highlight he has vital in the possibility of carrying out this first GLOCAL Forum. Alejandro, the floor is yours. Good afternoon to the friends that are there in the studio, Esteban, of course. I want to thank you and Laura and the team from the GLOCAL Forum and all the institutions that made this possible. I'm sure Esteban will say a few words about it too, the role of the agency itself and what you've been discussing. I only came to contribute on very small concepts that on a few concepts that this forum had, and that you asked me to contribute in the academic organization and the different speakers to get as much content as possible, and conclusions that are relevant for the future. Pablo took notes of many things. Jose, the same. I think all of us have said something. You can say many things about the level of the speakers, the panels. I think it's pretty evident, but I like the fact that even though they were not in the headlines, some of the key touristic topics were repeated, and I heard the words such as inclusion, working in team, territorial work, resilience, gender, SDGs, young employment for the youth and for women, and all of that makes us think and to continue exchanging, understanding the good practices and knowing what are the best decisions to change. But most of all, to give that light of humanity, and that's also part of some of the speakers. They talked about professionalism and, of course, then admiration and the numbers that we had from Spain, the work that Colombia did with the orange economy, the WTO, the institutions such as the OAS, the WTTC, the wanderlust work that made this forum possible, and what has allowed Cordobeses and Argentinians and all the people that were connected to have this anxiety, as you said, of going back to see each other face to face and to continue working together so that this crisis can be overcome. As most crises, it also represents an opportunity. Let's look ahead and let's hope that we have opportunities in tourism, because without a doubt, it's one of the activities, most beautiful activities. As we said, one of the generates most jobs and in local communities. So thank you, Maxi. Thank you to all the people here in this final round, final panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. And thank you for your work and your commitment to the local forum. And now I'll give the floor to the president, to the top official, top authority of in tourism, Esteban Avilés. Maxi and Laura, thank you very much. I mean, the speakers today and the presentation have been so relevant on this first local forum on tourism. With this group of colleagues and friends who have a very similar perspective on the whole issue and the process. And as we always say, what we do from Cordoba City to contribute to international strategies. We do this because we see that most of the issues and the conflicts we're facing, the tourism sector is really makes always a very interesting contribution. I've been in contact with other sectors that are not involved in tourism that were not hit as much as we have been hit. And when we hear about the private sector and tourism, they always have this very positive perspective. Even though we're going through very hard times, the perspective of really looking for solutions when facing really hard times. And I always say how the private sectors and all of the institutions, educational institutions, how the importance of working together, or having mayors such as Martín Yarlora, Pablo Bianco, a municipality that is always supporting and with everything we need, and the participation of all of you. ADEC. ADEC is a very positive contributor. We all supported their initiative and the initiative of organizing this local forum. Everyone who's connected, all of the people that are online, the different countries, we can see the importance of tourism. And we know that after acquiring all of these tools and after implementing the contributions, what I think I could highlight is the fact that we have this synergy, this capability, this ability. We become aware that in face of the worst time ever, we see a light at the end of the tunnel. This will help us make our decisions, make smart decisions to transform individuals' behaviors, society behaviors, so that tourism becomes prominent again from the entertainment perspective, the cultural perspective. So again, thank you very much. And then greetings. I would like to send greetings from the governor of the province of Cordoba. It is tourism is a state policy. This is the first forum, as Pablo said. We're probably working on putting together the second GLOCAL Forum in order to enhance what we have done in the first forum. So thank you and congratulations with this responsibility that if we work together, we'll have results in the short term, particularly in this very difficult times we're going through. And I'm positive that tourism will become, again, a prominent figure. Thank you. Thank you, Esteban Avilés. Thank you to the Agency of Tourism from Córdoba province. These conclusions, these important conclusions, Hernan talked about the figures of this forum and then the way ahead in terms of recovery. Jose talked about the need for regional integration and the awareness on behalf of governmental institutions. Pablo talked about the concept of tourism as an industry and not a business, similarly to what the president of the Agency of Tourism, that tourism is a right, not a privilege. And Esteban talked about the light at the end of the tunnel, this metaphor that has been widely used for the past few days, and that this will be made possible thanks to tourism. And also Maximiliano Mausina and the responsibility of a possible second forum. We'll have to thank a lot of people for this forum. Thank you, Laura. I think that the challenges ahead of us now, through everything we heard, we don't have excuses to be together and to be working together as for tourism as a state policy, as a true tool for economic development. After all of the presentations today, and as large cities depend on tourism and could actually become aware of the importance of tourism during pandemics, that is, that we can know what happens when tourism is not present, so we can see the relevance of tourism, an activity that has an impact on all of us. And as we all said, we need to thank a lot of people, particularly the 5 organizers. Pablo, Bianco, your management was really important from the municipality. Also, the contributions made by ADEC. Hernan, thank you very much, all of your support, so that the 5th World Forum could actually host the first GLOCAL Forum. Sebastián Parra was also a big supporter, so that for Córdoba to be the host of the 5th Economic Development Forum and the International Committee. And Mr. Lastra from the Agency of Tourism from Córdoba, Esteban Avilés, your commitment to make this possible was so important. Thank you. Wanderlust Global Life, thank you very much for this, your incredible support. Today we were, they made such wonderful contributions for the future. Álvaro Garnica, the CEO, Antonio Santos del Valle, also a leader in tourism that leads the development of Wanderlust Global Life. Thanks to the FEDESUD and all of the presidents of the national chambers of tourism from Latin America, they were all present. And as Esteban said, Laura Cerezo also, thank you for joining us on the GLOCAL Forum. I would like to thank everyone. And then we have the challenge ahead of us to meet very shortly, I hope. Tourism plays a key role in the development of local economies. Thank you for being here. And then we'll meet in the next GLOCAL Forum on tourism and economic development. Thank you very much.
Hay un lugar donde el día y la noche se disfrutan distinto, pero con la misma intensidad. Un lugar que lo tiene todo y que está en el centro de todo. A donde llegas fácilmente, pero que es difícil abandonar. Un lugar con historia, con presente, con futuro. Un lugar que te sorprende, te emociona, te enamora. Un lugar donde se disfrutan todos los placeres y se calman todos los apetitos. Solo, acompañado, bien acompañado o muy acompañado. Disfruta Córdoba ciudad.